Good. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Very nice. I'm looking at the camera. Very nice. Good. 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 Preloaders, V.I.Preloaders, welcome back to the channel, guys. Always a pleasure to have you guys here with me, and you noticed by now, or at least you should. But those of you that are new to this channel, welcome to you as well. My name's Robert. I'm a retired NYPD Highway Patrol motorcycle lieutenant, and the name of this wonderful channel is Be the Boss of Your Motorcycle. And if it looks like I'm trying to contain a smile, I am. I'm genuinely a happy guy, you know, for the most part, but I'm really feeling happy today. Yesterday was the global group ride, and that was just a phenomenal time with phenomenal people. And after the ride, a few guys came back to my house, and Anita and I fed them, and it's just awesome, awesome, awesome. Travel and Talk came down, we hung out, we went for a drive, me, him, and Secure, and it was just great, just a great day, guys. And today is the continuation of that, meaning there's some people that came for the global group ride, and they're here for practice session number 65, all right? That's what we're doing out here today. It's gonna be a beautiful day, beautiful weather, no threats of any type of precipitation. As you can hear in the background, some people are already here. That's Andy. Andy is from North Carolina, and Andy is actually one of the new ambassadors of Preloader Nation. He's the North Carolina ambassador, and I'm gonna be doing a video pretty soon, just going over all of my ambassadors, introducing them to you guys in Preloader Nation, and I'm very thankful to have them. And I'll talk to you guys in that video exactly about what an ambassador is for Preloader Nation. Anyway, guys, like I said, this is practice session number 65, and if you're new to this channel, what we do here primarily is we go over slow speed motorcycle operation on your motorcycle, and that means any type of motorcycle that you ride, because the rules don't change. No matter what kind of motorcycle it is, whether it's light or heavy, high or low, they all operate the same way: throttle, clutch, rear brake, and then our head and our eyes, right? You put all those things together, that's what's gonna help you be the boss of your motorcycle. And it's a positive learning environment. There's no pressure here, there's no judgment, there's no arrogance, and that's the best environment to actually learn, right? And we do, man, if I have to count them, we probably do about 13 things out here. As far as numbered exercises, it's 1 through 9, but then we have a warm-up first, that's 10. We do a follow the leader, that's 11. We do a bonus exercise, the maze, that's 12. I added another exercise, which is a bonus plus a bonus, that's 13. And then we do a slow race. So we do 14 things out here. So it's a lot of fun, but the beauty of it is, you don't have to do all 14 things. You know, you can do what makes you comfortable, and if you're not comfortable, maybe next time when you come back. But it's important that when you practice here, you pick up what you need to work on, and then you go home and practice on that on your own. In other words, don't just practice when there's a practice session. This is a perishable skill, and you have to stay on top of it. Also, just came in, guys. I got a bunch of my new shirts. Again, for 2023, the logo that's on the front of this shirt, Anita cartooned this picture. That's gonna be the logo for 2023. She wants to do a new logo every year, and I love this logo. This is one of my favorites, if not my favorite, right? And now on the back of the shirts, it always said preload and keep it loaded, but it used to say Robert Simmons paying it forward. Now it says exactly what the channel was named, which is Be the Boss of Your Motorcycle. All right, these are in the merchandise store right now, guys, so if you're interested in picking one up, pick one up. All right, guys, listen, we're gonna talk to the V.I.Preloaders when they get here, and we're gonna find out what their names are, where they're from, how long they've been riding a motorcycle, and the question I'm always most interested in hearing the answer to, how long they've been practicing slow speed riding, and what they rate themselves on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best in slow speed maneuvers. That number's for them and for them only. I don't give people numbers. I can disagree with their numbers. I never disagree with a high number, But I always disagree when it's a little number that's a little too low because a lot of sandbagging goes on out here too, but I get it, all right? Anyway, let's talk to them. Love you guys. Listen, there's chapters in this video, all right? Skipping around, you miss stuff, I'm gonna tell you that. But if you just wanna go to something specific, a specific exercise, that's what the chapters are for, all right? And I do that for you guys because at the end of the day, I need you to learn, right? I want you to learn, but I need you to learn, okay? And I want you to pass it on. All right, guys. Guys, I was about to say I almost forgot, but I did forget. That's why you see I got sleeves on and I didn't have them on before. But I'm happy to report that exercise number 8, the offset double serpentine, is back. So some of the rain that we've had here in the past few weeks helped out a little bit, but I still had to get out there today with my blower and kind of blow the rest of the stuff out, take my motorcycle, ride through it. Andy rode through it as well, so it's good to go. And I did some extreme leaning in there just to make sure, which I knew it was, but you know, I like to be sure because I got people coming here to practice. So definitely happy about that. Exercise number 8, back. But now that brings me to, because I added another bonus exercise, even more stuff to do out here. But listen, I'm not complaining at all. All right, what's your name?
Roscoe.
Where you from, Roscoe?
I'm from Macon, Georgia.
All right. How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
On and off for about 23 years. I bought my first bike in 2000.
Okay, great. What are you riding today?
2022 Street Glide.
Street Glide, very nice. Okay, more importantly, how long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Since I got that bike, so maybe about 8-9 months.
Okay, 8-9 months, that's a good period of time to be practicing slow speed maneuvers. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best, what would you rate yourself?
A 1.
A 1, okay.
Yes.
Pleasure to meet you, man.
Same to you.
All right. What's your name?
Robert.
Where you from, Robert?
Greenville area. South
Greenville
Carolina.
area?
Yep.
How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
About 27 years.
27 years. What are you riding today?
And today, Harley Road King,
What year is it?
2017.
Okay. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
About 3 months.
3 months, okay. And if you had to give yourself a rating, 1 to 10, 10 being the best, slow speed?
We would go with somewhere around a 3.
A 3. He's sandbagging, guys. I'm telling you. He's sandbagging. I'm sticking to that.
3.2.
You guys be the judge. All right. Pleasure to meet you, man.
Good to meet you.
What's your name?
Jeff Andre.
Where you from, Jeff?
Michigan.
Michigan, okay. How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
Motorcycle all my life.
Mm-hmm.
Harley Davidson, 18 years.
Okay.
First one was 05.
Okay. What are you riding today?
2012 Heritage, Harley Heritage.
Aha. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
I've been a VIP member for a good year now, and I'm not practicing good enough. You got your hands full with me. These cones intimidate the shit out of me.
I get it, but we're gonna try to deal with your obsession of them, because we need to ignore them.
I have a fear of laying my bike down.
Okay.
Because before my engine guards, when it went down too hard. There's no way I could pick it up, and I'm breaking stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But now I got engine guards, so I'm hoping that helps with the confidence.
And you did some work with Bob, right?
Yes, I did.
Bob Savari?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And now you're here in Preloader Nation, and we welcome you, but I love the fact that it clearly shows that you're dedicated. You want to actually get this.
I want it more than anything.
And that's what you said, and it's stuck in my head. You said, I can taste it. I want it. So
Yep.
that's what this is all about. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best, what would you give yourself? Slow speed?
0.
Pleasure to meet you, man.
Good meeting you, Robert.
All right. You're looking good out there, man.
Figured something out, Robert.
Uh-oh. You came here and got an epiphany already?
No, I watched your video that you posted on, I think it was Friday.
The U-turn video?
Why are my U-turns so
wide?
wide?
Yeah.
I watched that and I figured it out.
Uh-huh.
And the week before, you know, Andrew and I went to, we practiced for maybe 2 hours.
Yeah.
But that video, I mean, you said it before.
Yeah.
You said the same thing, but it clicked, and it was keeping the, you know, the throttle up, preloaded when you're turning
Approaching.
and letting the bike pull you through.
Yes.
It made sense to me.
Isn't that something? I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna introduce you guys to him in a second. But it's interesting you say that, because the last practice session that we had, I forgot the guy's name, but that is exactly what made it click for him. When he said, when you said let the bike pull you through, that clicked. And you look good out there. But anyway, who the hell are you?
Stephen Pleasant, Raleigh, North Carolina. I moved there 2 years ago. It's been a year now, well, in March, that I've been riding.
Yeah.
And I've been, I think this is my fifth time coming to one of your practice sessions. Made a huge difference.
Yes, yes, yes.
I love to practice, and every day that I'm on my bike, I am consciously practicing some skill, either stopping smoothly or, you know, turning from a stop, a 90-degree turn from a stop left or right.
Yeah.
Or just being aware of stuff like that. Even how I'm, you know, shifting the gears. So I'm always practicing. I love it.
And that's key. I mean, clearly, if you guys can hear, I didn't have to ask him a lot of questions because he knows the spiel, so he's just gonna give all the answers. But I do want to ask you, what are you riding today?
Oh, my Harley Pan America. It's the 22 model. It's Harley came out in 21 with their first ADV bike. And so, yeah, Harley Pan America. That's my first bike, my only bike, the only bike I've ridden, you know, minus the one in the course, the MSF course, but yeah.
If you had to give yourself a rating, 1 to 10, 10 being the best, slow speed, what are you giving yourself?
6.5.
Yeah. Always a pleasure, man.
All right.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Robert.
He said a lot of key stuff too, guys. A lot of key stuff. What's your name?
Andy,
Andy, where you from?
Asheville, North Carolina.
How long you been riding a motorcycle, Andy?
8 years.
What are you riding today?
My Road King,
What year?
2009.
Okay, and notice I say, what are you riding today? For him, it's a different meaning because he's been here on the KTM, he's been here on the Honda. So, you know, do the rules change?
No,
No, just got to get acclimated to the bike, but the rules are the same, all of the bikes. How long you been practicing slow speed riding?
for 2 years.
Yeah, and it shows. If you had to give yourself a rating, 1 to 10, 10 being the best, what would you give yourself?
Between a 7 and 8.
Okay, good. And listen, I want to take this time I am going to do a separate video on this, but Andy was just named an ambassador for Preloader Nation, North Carolina ambassador. And I'm very thankful that he accepted it. And again, I'm going to do a separate video talking about all of the ambassadors and what their role is in Preloader Nation. It's a huge role, and I'm thankful for them. All right, man.
Thank you, sir.
All right. What's your name?
Eddie Martin,
Where you from, Eddie?
Franklin, Tennessee.
How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
About 25 years.
What are you riding today?
Road Glide 2017. Got it 2 years ago.
Beautiful.
Joined your site about
Okay.
a month later.
Beautiful. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
About 2 years.
Beautiful. A scale 1 to 10 ranking for you, slow speed. What are you giving yourself?
3.
3. Pleasure to meet you, brother.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, absolutely, man. Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome to practice session number 65. There we go. Practice session number 65. I do it all the time. Somebody's key. One time I was wrong. The guy corrected me. So, all right, listen. Does anybody have an issue being on YouTube? No. Great. Because it's an excellent learning tool, because whatever you do out here today, you know, sometimes when you're in the thick of it, I can be preload, you know, saying it's like one ear out the other because you're just concentrating on whatever. But once this is all over and you go home and you're relaxed, not only can you now watch it from a third person's perspective, but now you can actually hear what I'm saying. Because some of the times I'm saying stuff that nobody hears. I'm just talking to the microphone because I know later on, either you can hear it or people at home can hear it. So if you have any questions today about anything, don't think it's a dumb question. Ask it. It's people all over the world watching and learning from this and learning from you, right? I think that's one of the biggest reasons why this channel is so successful, is because if I just did videos all the time with me doing stuff, but when you see riders of all skill levels, some of them, people can look at you and see themselves in you. Oh crap, that's the same thing I have an issue with. And oh, okay, so trust me, we're all helping each other out. Is anybody nervous? Okay, Andy, please. Okay, and that's normal. Listen, we take our egos and we leave them on the curb. You can pick them up when you leave, all right? We're here to learn. Nobody's going to judge you. Last practice session, one of the guys said he was embarrassed because he dropped his bike. And I told him, dude, this is Preloader Nation. Dropping your bike is par for the course. Of course, our goal is not to come out here and drop the bike, but it comes with the territory. We're trying to learn how to ride these things. It's best that happens out here versus out there in the street where you can fall and then something run you over, right? So we want to figure it out here. Everybody's motorcycle out here that I've looked at is properly protected. Engine guards, saddlebag guards. He has the collars on his. He's got motorcycle drop guards. So we're we're pretty good, except for the Pan America. But the main goal out here today too is to be safe. All right, I want you guys to be safe. So we accomplish that in two ways. Helmets. If you want to wear a helmet, by all means wear a helmet. We're all grown people though, so I'm not going to require you to wear one. If you choose not to wear it, that's on you. I focus on teaching you how to ride it more than stressing the helmet thing, because if you choose not, first of all, I know that there are a lot of people that will refuse to practice if you make them wear a helmet. And I want as many people as possible to practice, because if you don't wear a helmet, who does that affect? You. But if you don't know what you're doing on this, that can affect everybody around you. I've already been a victim of it. So with that being said, if you see me go like this, that just means shut your engine off. You guys already know about the front brake 10 push-up penalty. If you grab this front brake and squeeze it, I don't care if you just put your hand on it, I'm still gonna swat your hand away, because we're not using that front brake in an exercise at all. We're not. Now, if you're riding from one exercise to the other and you're going about 15 miles per hour, all right, no problem, front brake. In an exercise, no, you grab it, 10 push-up penalty. It's voluntary, don't worry about it. Andy will do it for you if you don't do it. Thank you. What I've added to this, which is almost actually more important as far as being injured, I don't want you guys putting your foot down today. You put your foot down, it's a 10 push-up penalty, all right? Because all of our bikes, with the exception of maybe the Pan America, that's how we get hurt, and sometimes seriously hurt, right? Out of commission, months, broken ankle. Don't put your foot down. We know what the answer is. That's the answer. Provide power to the rear wheel, okay? All right, that's swag. It's always the local people. It's just like when I worked. The people that lived across the street were always late. The ones that lived an hour away were always on time because, oh yeah, he's good. All right? So, all right, that covers that. We have all levels of skill out here today. And, all right, there's Brad, there's the Indian. All levels of skill out here today. So with that being said, I don't want you to feel, if you're not doing as well as the next person, shit, please try your best. When we talk about feelings, I can talk till I'm blue in the face, but feelings are not a switch that we can turn on and off. Fear is a feeling. So I can tell people, don't be scared. It's a ridiculous thing to say. So I say, try not to, all right? There's no pressure out here today, guys. In total today, we're doing 14 things in total. But that's what's out here. Your total might be, I'm doing 3 things today. Thanks, Rob. See you next time, all right? Also, keep in mind that this is a process, right? This is not meant for you to come out here and get it like that. Not impossible, because we all learn differently, but it's meant to show you what you need work on. Simple as that, right? Simple as that. And it's an each one, teach one environment. So don't think just because somebody is riding or doing this better than you that you don't have anything to share, all right? Just keep that in mind, all right? Start stretching, guys. Push-ups. I'm kidding. All right, that's Swag, that's Brad. What's going on, brother? Okay, anybody have any questions so far? Great. All right, so the first exercise we're gonna do, guys, short starts and stops. We're gonna use those cones down there. And I feel like that exercise it's the bread and butter. It's so important. So when you guys rode up here, I was talking to Rob about this, and I watched him park. I already told him, I see where you are just by the way you pulled up and you stopped. It's important because stopping and starting on motorcycles is something we have to do all the time. Regardless of what kind of motorcycle you ride, regardless of how long, nothing matters. You have to start and stop. So today, your goal, guys, all day, we're practicing. We're in a practicing environment all day today. So even if you are good at something, I still want you to do it this way because we're trying to build muscle memory. The only way that's gonna happen, you have to do the same thing, the same way, over and over, okay? All right, so I put steps on it, but once it becomes your muscle memory, it's not steps anymore, but the steps are, just in case you're forgetting, what am I leaving out? When we think we're forgetting something, our brains race. But if you know you just gotta follow steps, just count the steps in your head. What's always step number 1, Jeff? In Preloader Nation. That's right, and what I'm talking about is before we move our motorcycles, we follow 5 steps, and we follow them all the time. And I find when people run into problems is when they don't follow them. So he's absolutely correct. Step number 1, we're gonna make sure the motorcycle's in first gear. Step number 2? Cover the rear brake. I think he's gonna be valedictorian today, all right? Bart, step number 3. Okay. Swag? Steve?
Preloaded.
That's right. Preload the throttle and keep it loaded. So, with the exception of this Pan America, he can still hear it, but all of our motorcycles are pretty loud, okay? So with that being said, your goal today is when you preload your throttle, that means bring your RPMs up, not high, not low. This is not just applying to Harleys, but it specifically does is if your bike's going, bloop, 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 it's too low, right? It's right before stalling. So we want to keep it elevated, and we want to try to keep that there. That's keeping it loaded, okay? Step number 4, Andy?
Slowly release the clutch.
Yes, and step number 4 is always going to involve the clutch. Slowly release the clutch. So if you slowly release the clutch and the throttle's already loaded, at some point, the clutch is going to start entering the friction zone, right? And what's going to happen when the clutch enters the friction zone? The bike's going to start to move, right? Once it starts to move, step number 5, we're going to pick that foot up, right? Because there's only one foot on the ground, the other one's covering the rear brake. So in this exercise, that exercise is so telling because most motorcycle riders are extremely comfortable between 1 and 10 miles per hour, right? So if I tell them to go from one cone to the next in 15 feet, how do you think they do that? One of 2 ways. One, they start and they put their feet on the floor and they walk the bike until it gets to a speed they're comfortable, then they pick their feet up. We're not duck walking today, I'm gonna tell you that right now. We're not doing that with 1 foot or 2. Or they go like this, pop, pop, because they introduce speed. When you're not comfortable going slow, what's the answer? Oh, I gotta go fast. No, we need to understand that living in the friction zone is a beautiful place to live, all right, at slow speeds, okay? So when you guys take off, if you follow those first 5 steps, slowly release the clutch, as soon as the motorcycle starts to move, pick up your foot, stay in the friction zone, drag the rear brake, right? Or if you're more comfortable with the friction zone, you can open and close the clutch. But see, it all depends on what we're doing. You're going a short distance, so 9 times out of 10, it really doesn't make any sense not to be on the rear brake because you're gonna come to a stop. Now, a lot of the times, what also plays into this is coordination, or lack thereof, I should say. A lot of the times we're uncoordinated, so even if you do everything smooth, if I tell you to stop at the cone right here and you wait until you're right here to hit the brakes, you're gonna jam the brake, all right? So that's why we cover the rear brake. So if we need it, small increments of pressure. Everything we do out here today is subtle. Subtle movements. When you're moving slow, you should be doing things subtly because anything herky-jerky is gonna make the bike. And if you're already a little uncomfortable leaning, how about adding some jerkiness to it while you're leaning? That's why if I'm riding a Honda or a BMW that has not only an elevated throttle, but it's steady. With those bikes, I don't have to keep it loaded in an exercise. I can literally leave it idle and go through the exercises, no issue. But if I let my Harley Davidsons idle, it's idling like this. And I damn sure don't want to lean this bike over when it's doing this. So that's why I go into the friction zone, all right? All right, any questions? Okay, Jeff. So what happens a lot of times is when people take off quickly, the whole time the handlebars are straight. If your handlebars are straight in that exercise, I know you're going too fast. When you first take off, you should have to start doing this. You know what I mean? So if that happens, how do you deal with that? In other words, this is uh-oh. When you start doing this, that's when you start feeling like, uh-oh, time to put my foot down. But what's the answer? Anytime you say, I need to put my foot down, what's the answer? That's right. That's right. Open up the clutch a little bit. Why am I not talking about the throttle? Because we're already preloaded. It's already power there, right? Even if it's idle, that's probably enough. Again, it depends on your motorcycle. That doesn't apply to any of us today, I don't think. Maybe the Pan America. How about you? Can you just let your bike?
Oh, no, you gotta.
Okay, good. So it doesn't apply to any of us.
One thing I see you, and you say to do it, you slowly let out the clutch until you start moving, and it doesn't matter if you're doing this. Now, I'm more comfortable taking off smoothly with both feet down for some reason. Like if I'm at a light, and a lot of guys that ride with, we're side by side at a light, and I'm afraid to leave my foot down and do this with a bike right next to me. I'm a lot more comfortable having to pick my right foot up, just having both feet down.
So Jeff said he's more comfortable. He said for some reason, I'm more comfortable starting out with both feet out. Yeah, the reason is you lack the confidence. That's the reason. Because I'm looking at your bike, your seat is very low, so this is not.
I want you, when you take off, you say it's not a problem if your bike's going to go one way or the other, and I don't want that to happen.
Well, that's not going to happen because here's the thing. Remember, all of our motorcycles are designed with power to the rear wheel to stand up and go straight. That's what it always wants to do. So the key is, this is part of being the boss of your motorcycle, knowing what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. So when you go to take off, as soon as you start feeling that, open up your hand. As soon as you start feeling it. So it should never get to the point where, and that's why we slowly release the clutch into the friction zone, and as soon as it starts to move, we pick up our foot. We're not gonna pick up our foot until we feel it moving, because that's letting us know we're in the friction zone, and if we need more power, we're already there. We just gotta open up our hand a little bit. Now all of our friction zones are different, but either way, you should know your bike by now where if you're opening up your hand and you still feel falling, you need to open up your hand more. You're not in the friction zone enough. In other words, you're not applying enough power, sufficient power to the rear wheel to stand that bike back up. Usually not going to be an issue starting from straight up, because you're not, when we get to exercise number 3, we're going to talk about this again. It's a little bit more extreme. But the point is, you don't need to have both your feet down. Now, what I always say to people is, if you're more comfortable stopping and putting both your feet down, fine. The 1 foot down thing is a motor officer thing for the most part, because when we all stop, we want to look uniform. And if some people got 1 foot, the right foot, the left foot, it looks like shit. So that's what it's really about. However, using the rear brake and being accustomed to doing that, that's going to come in handy, for instance, if you're on an incline. So it's like, well, if I have to preload, how am I going to do that and hold a front brake at the same time? But if you're on the rear brake, nice and easy. As you preload and you open up the clutch, take pressure off the rear brake. You know, this is what I mean by coordination. You do all of those things timed properly, and it's going to look smooth. It's going to come out smooth. All right? Okay, so I want you today, step outside of your comfort zone. There's no motorcycles next to you. All right? Step outside your comfort zone, and that's what we're going to do in this exercise. And you're going to see, anytime you feel, uh-oh, power. Uh-oh, power. Like this is, I guarantee it, or your money back, even though you didn't pay for this. Nothing. Boom. That's that. It's like a dance. Let's suppose you're coming to a stop. Not let's suppose, you're going to be coming to a stop over here. If I'm asking you to come to a stop from a start within 15 feet clearly, and I don't want you going fast, that means you still might feel that feeling right before you're going to come to a stop. How do we smooth out our stop so that we can come to a stop like this and not like this?
With our rear brake, and we don't start out real fast.
That's true, but if we're gonna get even deeper into it, what most motorcycle riders do when they're coming to a stop, one of two things. One, they come to a stop coming out of a lot of speed, and then they stop like this. So they never had to deal with slow speed maneuvers. They let the momentum take them right to a stop. But whenever they get to a stop where it starts to go like this, because they don't know what to do, their answer is time to stop. They grab the front brake, and a lot of the times the handlebars are turned because it already started doing this. And that's when motorcycles fall. When what they should have done is, we just talked about it, if you start feeling, uh-oh, even when you're planning to stop, but you're not ready to stop yet, provide power, go back into the friction zone. It's gonna straighten out the motorcycle so that when you come to a stop, it's gonna stay straight. So what I mean is, you're in the friction zone, but you're applying rear brake at the same time. 70% rear brake, 30% throttle, or 80% rear brake, 20% throttle. The point is, more stopping power than power. You're only using that friction zone power to upright the motorcycle. Does anybody need to see me demonstrate that? No. All right. All right, guys, warm-up exercise. Short starts and stops. We got Andy going first. All right. Very nice. One more time. Good job, Andy. All right, we got Bart here. All right, next cone. All right, don't pass the cone. Don't pass the cone. Very nice. Very slight pressure on the rear brake. Throttle is steady, not too high. Excellent, bud. Got Roscoe. You passed the cone.
Oh, I got
No, you're good, you're good. Just pull this one. All right, good. Next cone. Good, good. Good, nice and easy on that rear brake. Next cone. Good, good, good. Now you're too early.
Yeah.
Head and eye, straight ahead, good. Keep it loaded. Excellent, one more. Good job, man. All right. Keep it loaded, baby. Keep it loaded. Open up that clutch. You're good. Head and eye, straight ahead. All right, remember when you're covering that, when you're touching that rear brake, nice and easy on it. Right there, you pressed it and the whole bike went to the right. Nice and easy, that's all you need. If you feel falling, open up the clutch. Nice and easy. All right. All right, Rob picked up 2 feet right away. So right there, he's not doing the 5 steps. I can spot it from across the parking lot, but he's good. Very nice. All right, your front wheel passed the cone. Don't pass the cone with the front wheel. Yep. And the reason I tell them don't pass the cone is I want them to be situationally aware of where the bike is. Good. All right, take off a little bit slower.
Okay.
Good, good, good. All right, one more. Good, good, good. Very nice. That was your best one. Thanks. Good job. All right, here's Jeff. 1 foot up. Very good. Smooth. Nice. All right, start out slower. Reload, good. All right, so right there, you're not following the first 5 steps. You started out without covering the rear brake. Your foot is always covering that rear brake. All right, too much speed, a little bit slower. All right, try it again. A little bit slower, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. There you go, look at the difference. Good job. Going too fast without it. It's not too comfortable with just clutch control, so we're gonna use the rear brake to help us control the motorcycle. Nice. Start out slower, Steve. Good. You talk about winning a slow race and you're speeding through here. All right, good job. A swag here. 1 foot down, up nice and easy. Nice, look how he put his foot down, beautiful. All right, do that. Yeah, you already know, I don't have to say it. A little slower. Start out a little slower, don't pass the cone with your front wheel. Start out slower. There we go, there we go. There we go. One more, just like that. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent, swag. And why am I telling them to start out slow? I'm getting them ready for what's coming up, exercise number 4. Oh, look who's back. Too heavy on that rear brake. Okay. So what's happening is you're applying so much rear brake, your bike is going like this, so you're making it unsteady. Remember, you're just dragging that rear brake. But what you need to do is be in the friction zone more. That's why you still feel falling. All right? Next cone. All right, stop. That's 10 push-ups. All right, start from here. Next cone. Preload the throttle. Preload the throttle. Slowly cover that rear brake. Slowly release the clutch. Keep the throttle up. No, stop. Shut it off. Okay, so right there, when you're slowly releasing the clutch, do you feel your motorcycle moving down? That's because you're applying too much pressure to the rear brake. Remember, you're covering it. This is light pressure so that the bike can actually move. So light pressure on the rear brake that will still allow the motorcycle to move, but it's going to control it so it doesn't move too fast. Preload, stay in the friction zone, use the rear brake. All right, let's try that. Light pressure on the rear brake. Head and eye straight ahead, preload. Keep it loaded. Good. Rear brake. Nice and easy. Come to a stop. It's better, it's getting better. Come to a stop. See, his foot's off the brake. All right, guys, but this is why we have to talk about this exercise. It's so important because getting confident in this exercise is going to make other stuff so much easier. Because all we're doing here is starting and stopping, right? All right, let's talk about it. All right, so the reason I'm being a stickler with that, guys, as far as how fast you take off and where your wheels are. Because we have to be situationally aware on our motorcycles. Meaning you need to know where the motorcycle is, where the wheels are, where your bags are. So if I say I want you to stop and I don't want your wheels passing that cone, if you pass the cone, you don't know where the wheel is. And if you're way away from it, if you stop really early, if you ride a road glide, that's probably the case because you can't see anything up here. But that's my point. So you have another learning curve you have to go over. You have to kind of be able to guesstimate where your front wheel is based on what you can see over that ugly front fairing, right? So, got to throw that in there. Okay, tell me your name again. Eddie, I was right. Okay, Eddie Martin. So, Eddie, too much rear brake. Remember, guys, everything we do is subtle. And I know that when we get nervous, that's what we do. So that means everything we do is going to be probably too much, right? So, and what that was creating is his bike was going like this. And then when I said, no, nice and easy, he started to move and the bike was just going down. If you ever feel that there's too much rear brake. So look at it, think about it this way. If you're in a car with an automatic transmission and you want the car to move, lift your foot slightly off the brake, car's going to start moving. The more you lift your foot, the faster the car's going to go, right? We don't have automatic transmissions, but that's what the preload is for. That's the power. So it's the same thing. Once you're preloaded and you're keeping it loaded, opening up the clutch is providing the power. Your rear brake is what's going to decide how far it goes. The clutch does that too. But remember, guys, your rear brake is what gives you control of your motorcycle at slow speeds. That's what it does, right? Over 10 miles per hour, I'm not using my rear brake. If I'm doing emergency braking, I will. But for the most part, I'm only using my front brake. If I'm in the corners, I'm trail braking, front brake, right? That's me. Rear brake, when I'm going slow, that's it. Because the rear brake is like a fine, feathered paintbrush. It's there to finish everything off and make it smooth. The paint roller, you're going to do that to get all of the, it doesn't matter. You can do that anyway. But when it's time to finish it, you want it to be smooth, you need a paintbrush. That's your rear brake. So when you want to finish out that stop smoothly, You're definitely not using this. It's too much stopping power. It's going to cause the bike to do this. Plus, we already discussed that if you're feeling like this, you need to provide power. How do we provide power? We're preloaded. But preloading requires your hand to be here and steady. So you can't be also screwing around with the front brake at the same time. But you can use the rear brake and the throttle at the same time. That's why everything's going to be smooth with the rear brake, okay? So, Eddie's also, his issue was he wasn't in the friction zone enough. Every time he picked up one foot, he had to put the other foot down because immediately he was falling. So that should let him know, if I still feel falling, I'm not in the friction zone enough. Pick up my foot, open up my hand a little bit more and apply a little bit of pressure to the rear brake. And when he did that, boom, it was like a new motorcycle. Somebody else was the same way. They were starting off quickly. And when I said, oh, yeah. And when I said, no, drag the rear brake. Remember, guys, when you take off, like Eddie, the last one you went on, once you started moving, you took your foot off the brake. No. Keep your foot on the rear brake because our motorcycles, you can rest your foot on our rear brake. It's not going to apply the brake. That's called covering it, just resting on it. And when you need it, you just have to go like that, nice and easy. If you take your foot off of it, 9 times out of 10, when you feel, oh crap, you're going to smash at it. So just keep your foot on the rear brake. And when you're traveling a short distance, it could be from here to here, because that's going to happen today. I'm going to say, all right, next, and somebody's going to have 2 feet to travel, and they're going to think it's okay to duck walk. No, same same steps, follow the first 5 steps, do the same thing. Who went first? It was Rob. Rob took off like this. These are his feet. So he said, screw you, Rob. Screw your first 5 steps. I'm not taking off with, no. I'm not covering the rear brake. But again, he's already comfortable doing what he's doing. His stops and goes were beautiful, right? But the point is, I want you to be in the habit of doing that, all right? Be in the habit of doing it. Any questions? No, you got anything, Doc? All right. Exercise number 1 we're going to do now. This is stops and starts. Now, in this exercise, you guys are going to go down here. Andy's going to do it first. I'm going to be down here with the camera. I want you to ride toward me. I want you to go up to 2nd gear. This is not emergency braking, even though Andy's still going to be going 100 miles an hour. I don't need you to go fast. The purpose of this exercise is I want you to be accustomed to downshifting, initially stopping with your front brake or both brakes, but at the end of that stopping period, finish it out with the rear brake only, right? Now, some people get in here and they do this, and they're thinking about push-ups. By the way, good job, Eddie. Love a disciplined V.I.Preloader. And they're thinking about it so much that they get off the front brake too early. Now they're still going 18 miles an hour, rear brake only, and they're wondering why it's taking so long to stop. So let's not get this mistaken. You want this thing to stop, you need to use the front brake. Finish it off with the rear brake, and this is where the coordination comes in. Last practice session, JT on his Roadmaster, he was flying toward me. And when he came to a stop, the front suspension on his bike barely compressed because he did everything with the proper amount of pressure, proper amount of timing. And when he stopped, his foot was like, oh, wrong foot. His foot was like, bing. This is your goal, guys, all day today. This is how you want to stop. Swag pulled up, and he did what I call the step stop. Perfectly timed, right, with the movement of his motorcycle. Why? Because nobody else is stopping the bike, he is. So if he goes to put his foot down, he should be applying more pressure so he knows, all right, I'm going to stop right there. But you'll see people stop and then they go. They're just uncoordinated, that's all. All right? All right, anyway.
Okay, I made a mistake a little while ago. You offered a demonstration before the first exercise. I think I'm going to ask for the demonstrations before the exercise.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all. So yeah, you come to a complete stop. The same things. You guys are going to realize all day today, a lot of the stuff that we're doing is going to come back to that. I mean, it's just amazing. It's going to come back to that, right? And then once you come to a stop, first 5 steps, preload, and just pull off, and you're going to come back and park right here. Let me demonstrate what I want you to do. All right? 2nd gear, downshift, front brake, front brake, front brake, front brake, front brake, rear brake only. So if I'm coming to a stop, I got the clutch all the way in right now. As soon as I feel this, power. That's going to help me straighten it out. And as it's straightening out, as I feel it straightening out, sometimes it straightens out, but it's still not where I want it to be. So that's why I got to kind of work it out, rear brake, clutch, until it's right where I want, and now put my foot down. Boom. At the end of the day, the rear brake, the pressure that you put on the rear brake is determining the final stop. That's your final action. You're not doing the final action of your stop with the clutch. It's the rear brake. So that's where the coordination comes in. You see, okay, this is good, time to stop. Sometimes you go to stop and you see, oh man, it's stuff all over the ground. Probably not the best place to stop, but if you have to stop there, that's why we always want to stop like this. Boom. Because if you're stopping like this, no, that's no good if the ground has loose gravel. All right, anything else? Any other questions? All right, Doc. All right, guys, exercise number 1, stops and starts. Excellent. Got Bart here on the Roadmaster, baby. Like butter, baby. Nice. Got a nice takeoff. Got Jeff here, 2 feet up. Nice. When you took off with 2 feet. That means you're not applying the first 5 steps. Cover the rear brake. It's step number 2. All right? But good job. Good takeoff. Steve here. Perfect. Oh, I don't think Steve ever downshifted. That's part of this exercise. Downshift, both brakes, front brake, finish it off at the rear. Good job. Beautiful. Preload, preload. You hear his motorcycle chug-a-lugging? I want you to always be in the habit of getting that RPM up. It's not going to always be going straight. Beautiful. All right. All right, let's talk about it, guys. All right, guys. Not bad. Not bad at all. I don't want you guys to get too confused with, all right, should I do it now? Should I do it now? It's a feel thing, right? So sometimes, depending on how fast you're going, that's why I told you guys, this is not emergency braking. I don't want you to be coming at me and having to do this fast. Remember, the faster you're going, the quicker you have to make decisions, all right? Today is not about speed. It really isn't. It's about precision. It's about technique, all right? All of these things come into play going slow, right? Remember, everybody can go fast. So we don't, you know. All right. Where's Jeff? Jeff started out, again, I can see it from across the parking lot, both feet. All right? The first 5 steps, guys, just continually do it. Trust me, it's going to, you know, and, you know, who was, oh, Eddie, when he took off, his RPMs were a little low. I heard a little chug-a-luck, look, look, look. I'm always going to call you on that because I always want you listening to that. As soon as you hear that, I should hear your throttle go up. Because if you're in the habit of ignoring it going straight, you're probably going to do the same thing once we start leaning. And we damn sure don't want that when we're leaning. So, and again, be in the habit of listening to that throttle and trying to keep it up anytime you're moving in the friction zone or at slow speeds. Okay? Any questions? Beautiful. Moving right along. Exercise number 2 is going to be the slow ride, not race. That's later. That's what all the hoopla is about, right? But the short starts and stops, Andy was confused. He was doing that over there. He's practicing all day for it, but that's what champions do. That is pretty much what we're doing here, right? The purpose of this exercise is I want you to ride your motorcycle at a slow speed. It's going to be my walking pace. I'm going to be walking next to you. Do not pass me, right? But that doesn't mean I want you looking at me. Head and eyes straight ahead. Your peripheral vision will see me, right? The point is to go as slow as you can And anytime you feel, uh-oh, I need to put my foot down, like you were doing over there, Eddie, instead of putting your foot down, work that out. Friction zone, open up the clutch. Not all the way, right? Because we don't want to be out of the friction zone. Now, in this exercise, you could do this one of 3 ways. You can either, you don't have to use your rear brake at all. You can go, but we're always covering it, right? You can open up the clutch, give you a little bit of speed that you want, and then pull it back in and just let it coast. And when you feel like I'm gonna fall, open it back up, close. You can do it that way. Or, because sometimes if you do it that way, you might open it up a little bit too much, and now you're getting ready to pass me. That's why we're covering the rear brake, correct? Now you're right back to where you were. Or you can go into the friction zone, open up the clutch, and do what I was asking you to do in the warm-up. You're doing them both at the same time. Drag the rear brake in the friction zone. Just drag it. I'm not gonna be doing it for a long distance, so don't worry about it, all right? Or you can do a variation of both, right? But this, don't put your foot down. Trust and believe. We're gonna get to that. Any questions?
Just a comment, I guess,
Yeah, go ahead.
on the different ways you use to demonstrate without using the rear brake and just your clutch and the throttle. I mean, I've done both, and I feel like there's more control for me anyways, and maybe the others can chime in too, but using all 3 at the same time, the brake,
Yeah.
throttle, clutch.
So he said he feels more control using all 3. And that's why I said a variation of both. It all depends. Like sometimes motorcycle riders, in my opinion, are 2 things. They're complacent and they're lazy, right? The complacency is when we stop at a light and put the bike in neutral and just sit there like this, right? The laziness is also combined with that, meaning I don't want to sit there and hold the clutch in all that time. See, preloaders and V.I.Preloaders, we practice so much that the muscles are already conditioned now. But when you don't, yeah, I'm not holding that, my arm's hurting, right? So sometimes people don't want to use the rear brake, believe it or not, just because they have to move their foot like this, right? It's so much easier. My hand's already here. I could just do this. But what he's saying is, yeah, so sometimes I will not use the rear brake, but I'm always going to feel more control of my motorcycle at slow speeds if I use what's used to control it, the rear brake, right? Nice and easy. It's meant to correct, assist and correct. Anything else? Where do you think you're going, Doc?
I was going to pick my windshield up.
Go ahead, man. Don't worry about it, man. But thanks for the input. So yeah, guys, it's not just about questions. Sometimes it's about input too. Like I said, people all over the world are learning from all of us. So thanks, Bart. And Bart, man, every time I see this bike, man, you do anything new?
I don't know. I don't think so since last time. Maybe the trunk lid light.
I knew it was a light. I knew it was a light. Custom dynamics, baby. Custom dynamics. All right, so listen, what you guys are gonna do is when you go down here, you're gonna start from the same place you were. And I'm gonna be standing up here. Ride toward me, not slow ride, just ride normally, because again, I want you to practice coming to a smooth stop, bing, right? And then we'll do the slow ride. All right, guys, exercise number 2, the slow ride. You ready, champ? Easy with those revs, Andy. Now Andy's taking this foot on and off the brake. All right, good job. Next. I want Andy to watch his revs. They're a little elevated, a little high. Not elevated, they're high. All right, good. Very good. Here is throttle, steady. Good job, bud. All right, ready? Head and eye, straight ahead. He's coming for you, Andy. All right, good job. Swag here with the hazard lights on. You know your hazard lights are on? Right. Yeah. All right. Ready? All right, let's do it. Head and eye, straight ahead, you're good. Yeah, this ain't about going straight. You're good. Good job. Yeah, I want you guys to know, this is not about going in a straight line. I just don't want you to put your foot down and I want you to go slow. Now sometimes I do the slow race, not the slow race, I do follow the leader and I'll get on the sidewalk and do that, but that's not this. You were supposed to stop back there.
That's why I asked if I was supposed to stop.
Yeah, it's okay, you were doing good. Go ahead, start from there. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Go around, do it again, Jeff. All right, ready? Yep. Head and eye, straight ahead. And I walk at a normal pace, guys. Slow down, slow down. There we go, good job. Very good job. Because if I had a longer distance, he would have caught me. That's why I had him slow down. He would have passed me, actually. Beautiful stop. All right, let's do it. Beautiful, good job. His head and his eyes are straight ahead, and I hear his throttle was up, and then all of a sudden you would hear it calm down. That's him coasting. Ready? Head and eye, straight ahead. Good, good. Nice and easy on that rear brake. All right, open up the clutch. Do it again. Nice. So you see right there, you put your foot down, but you're still moving?
Yep.
Coordination, that's all that is. All right, head and eye, straight ahead. Good. Nice, Jeff. Very nice. All right, you're good, man. All right, so I don't want you to think that this is about going straight. The only purpose is, I don't care if you all over, just don't put a foot down, that's all, okay? All right, but nice and easy. I watched your foot go like this. Very small increments of movement. Just drag it, drag the brake. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Good, good. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Nice and easy, good job. So yeah, for Eddie, him dragging the brake is gonna help him a lot more than trying to do anything else. You have to do what works for you, and then as you get better, you can start introducing other stuff. All right, exercise number 3, trust and believe. All right, the other thing I forgot to tell you guys is do not stop with your handlebars turned. All right, try your best not to do that. Your motorcycle is gonna have a higher tendency to fall over, especially if it's a heavier motorcycle, if you stop with the handlebars turned, and especially, which none of us are doing, if you're using the front brake to do that, all right? So what happens is people go, well, what am I supposed to do? I'm coming out of this turn. How am I gonna stop if I'm ready to stop? How am I gonna work all of that out? Well, it goes back to what we just did. If you're coming out of a turn and you wanna straighten out, friction zone, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, bing, right? That's it, all right. Eddie said he couldn't wait to do this because he might not be too good at the other stuff, but trust and believe, it's like he wrote the book on it. Exercise number 3, trust and believe. Do we all trust and believe that as long as there's power, sufficient power going to the rear wheel, we're gonna be okay? Does anybody not trust and believe it? All right, I'm glad that Steve is here because he's the guy that said intellectually he does. And it's a perfect answer because people always answer that question as if I'm asking them the definition of it. They understand what it means, but if at any point you put a foot out, you don't trust and believe. All right, so the purpose of this exercise is, this is the reprogramming exercise. We have to reprogram your brain to associate falling with opening up your hand or throttle at the same time. In other words, your hands are the reaction, not putting your feet out, right? That's how we get hurt, putting our feet out. That's what this exercise is going to accomplish. And it's funny how much it's in our heads, because I've had several people say, I can do a bunch of stuff, but this right here, it gives me a problem. It gives them a problem. All they have to do is pick up a foot. You're one of those people. Okay.
comfortable somewhat and trust me.
Exactly. And but guess what? The more he did this, and once he got comfortable doing this simple exercise, guess what? Now he's going into these tighter exercises and feeling more comfortable leaning. Because he knows that if he ever feels, uh-oh, he's listening to the throttle, he knows the power's there, all he has to do is open up his hand, and he's good. It's not gonna fall. So today, even if opening up your hand too much is gonna make you go outside of an exercise, hit a cone, I don't care. Just don't put your foot down. That's not the answer, period. None of us are riding a dirt bike, right? You can get away with it on that. It might even be helpful. It's anytime your bike's moving and your feet are out, you're at risk of being hurt. It's that simple, right? So 5 steps to this exercise. Step number 1, which is always step number 1, we're gonna make sure we're in first gear. We're gonna cover the rear brake, right? I still see some of you guys taking your foot on and off the brake. You know, you should see, hey, I bought your bike's on. If it's not, it's the reflection. It got me again. All right. All right. Step number 3, preload your throttle and keep it loaded. Now, keeping it loaded is always important, very important in this exercise. Step number 4, now we're not slowly releasing the clutch into the friction zone. We're gonna pull the clutch in all the way and then open it up slowly until you feel it bite. As soon as you feel it bite, pull it back a little bit. I want you right before the friction zone. Because step number 5, I want you to pick up your foot with the motorcycle not moving at all, an inch. You should feel a motorcycle moving because you're covering the rear brake. If you feel it moving, put the rear brake on. Pick up your foot, and when you feel the motorcycle starting to fall, open up your hand, right? That's what's gonna happen. See what I'm doing? I'm guaranteeing you, that's what's gonna happen. Now, I'm not saying count to 5 Mississippi, but keep in mind, even if you do that, no matter how far this motorcycle gets over, it can still be corrected. I mean, it can be laying on the side and you can pick it up with the throttle. We're not doing that, but I'm just making a point that you're just gonna have to, when I told you don't pop it, you're gonna have to pop it and give it some throttle. It'll pick up. It'll go to the side at first, but the point is it's not gonna fall, all right? Now, here's the add-on. As soon as you do that, bring the motorcycle to a smooth stop. Same way we were doing over there, right? This ain't about woo, no. We wanna be in control. So much so that I'm gonna demonstrate it right here. I'm not worried about hitting Andy's bike or running into swag. I'm in control. I'm covering the rear brake right from the start. So as soon as the bike starts to move, I don't have to go to it. I'm already on it, just boop, nice and easy. Head and eyes, straight ahead. First gear, cover the rear brake, preload. Friction zone, there it is. So when you're testing this, don't be on the brake so you can't feel the bike move. So I'm gonna be right before it. Pick up my foot. So here's what people do a lot. They'll be sitting there, the preload's great. As soon as they start messing with the clutch, I just hear the preload going down, right? Because they're losing concentration. Remember, the only thing that's gonna make this bike fall is not enough power. So forget about everything else. Listen to the engine. Listen to it and try to keep it there, right? Also, I'll have people standing there. Preload sounds great. It's been 30 seconds now, still there. Because they're trying to work it out in their head. Listen, it's not the goal to pick up your foot and see how long you can let it balance. If you pick up your foot and as soon as you pick up your foot, the bike starts to fall, you're in the exercise. Don't pick up your foot and then now put the other foot down. That's the goal is when you feel that, that's the answer. Because some people pick up their foot like this. They do it so abruptly, they just push the bike to the right. We're on 2 wheels. It doesn't take a lot to sway this bike one way or the other, all right? Any questions? All right, guys, exercise number 3, trust and believe. Show them how it's done. Nice, exercise number 4. Straighten out. Beautiful. All right, you know what you're doing, right? Come to a stop. Nice. Exercise number 4. All right. You got this down?
better at it, but
Good, good.
I'm not perfect.
First gear? Well, none of us are perfect. Don't worry about that. You would definitely benefit from some new bars. Absolutely.
That was my goal, to take your next class with some bars, but I couldn't get them, so.
Gotcha, gotcha. All right, first gear, covering the rear brake, yes, preload. Right before the friction zone, when you're ready, give me some preload. Give me some more. Yeah, keep it right there. Trust and believe. Remember, don't pop it. Your preload's low too. Give me some more. Yeah, keep it right there. Keep it there. It's going down. It's going down. Bring it up. Bring the throttle up. Keep that throttle up. Head and eye straight ahead. Good, good. There we go. Come to a stop. Nice, swag. You ready? You got this? All right, good job. All right, so the whole time you're making that turn,
Yeah.
you're looking down.
Yeah.
If you're going this way, that's the way you look the whole time. Don't worry about anything else.
All right.
All right, and watch the RPMs. They're a little high.
All right.
All right, head and eye straight ahead. First gear, covering the rear brake. Preload. Good. When you're ready, pick up that foot. Trust and believe. Good, let it out, let it out, let it out. Good, come to a stop. That's what I'm talking about. All right, good job, man. All right, you going that way or this way?
I don't know.
I'm just messing with you. All right, first gear.
Yeah.
Covering the rear brake. All right, preload your throttle. Good, keep it there. Bring that right before the friction zone. Oh yeah, your friction zone's early.
Yeah.
Good. When you're ready, pick up that foot. Don't let the bike move at all. Keep the preload up. Give me some more, good. And then when you start moving, come to a smooth stop. No, 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 no. Remember, we're not doing a actual takeoff like we were before. Now I want you to pick up your foot with this bike not moving at all. And when you feel it starting to fall, then you open up that clutch. Preload the throttle. Good, keep the preload up. Pick up your foot without the bike moving. Trust and believe. When you feel falling, just open up the clutch. Don't pop it though. How about this? Yeah, pick up your foot. Preload. Pick up your foot. I got the bike. Trust me, I got the bike. I got the bike. Now you see that? Open up the clutch. Nice and easy. Open it up, open it up, open it up, open it up, open it up. Come to a stop. There we go. I just needed him to trust it. He didn't even trust it when I told him I had it. It's that feeling of falling. Nobody likes to feel of falling because it's a feeling of not being in control. Beautiful. What'd you say you were, a 4?
3.2,
Oh,
I think.
man.
3.2.
I shouldn't even have made you repeat that. All right. Head and eye straight ahead. You would definitely benefit from some higher bars, too.
Yes.
Definitely. Okay, good. Head and eye straight ahead. Give me some more preload. Give me some more preload. It's low. There we go. You're moving. Don't move. That's right. Don't move. Trust and believe. There we go. Come to a stop. 3.5 my ass. We don't have a 3.5 my ass. We got one now. Nice and easy on that rear brake. So what might help you too is you probably have too much foot on the brake. So move your foot back a little bit so it's just like your toes. And that way it won't be so easy to like jam it. All right, first gear. Covering the rear brake, check. We're gonna preload the throttle, keep it loaded. When you're ready, pick up that foot. Don't move, you're moving, you're moving, you're moving. Use the rear brake to stop it from moving. Use the rear brake, stop it from moving. All right. Good, good, good. Good. Trust and believe. Open up that clutch. Open it up. Open it up. Come to a stop. Come to a stop. All right, we'll work on it. So, yep, that's something he's going to have to work on, but you can see the apprehension. Like, he doesn't want to pick that foot up. We're going to talk about it before we start exercise number 4, like we always do. All right, we're warming up. We're warming up. So that exercise, I'm telling you, man, I don't understand. Well, I'm wrong. I do understand. Picking up your foot when the bike's not moving, it freaks people out, right?
It's not natural.
But that's why I call it trust and believe, because once you actually trust and believe it. Now, I want you to understand this. Even when you get very comfortable, like I don't know if you guys saw the video I just put out about the U-turns. Why is my U-turn so damn wide? And I always ask you guys when we get to this exercise, what determines the radius of our turns? And we always go through it. And I always say that when I make this turn, I start, if I'm doing it from a stop, I do it here. And then I can actually go straight a little bit and still make the turn straight up. If I start here, I'm gonna have to start with the handlebars turned, and then I can still do it straight up. But if I start up here, I have to start with the handlebars turned, and then I have to let the bike fall and then catch it with the clutch. That's that exercise. Well, it's that exercise plus, right? Because we're doing it just straight, and still it freaks people out. But it boils down to that falling feeling. Falling is a feeling of not being in control. Nobody likes to feel not in control. And this is not even a situation where if the bike does fall over, we're gonna fall off a cliff, or it's not. Nothing's really gonna happen, but we still don't like the way it feels. So that's why you see the, But as time goes on, you will trust it and believe it. That doesn't mean that when you get to a certain situation and you feel, you're still not gonna have the pucker effect. It's still gonna raise your BPM. It's still gonna be like, oh crap. But the difference is the fear doesn't go away. Your reaction to the fear does, period. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get you to transform panic and foot with panic in this. You can panic as long as you open up your hand, because the more you do that, that panic will start dissipating. It won't even be panic anymore. It'll still be an oh crap moment, because a lot of the times when things happen, we weren't planning on it to happen, but that's why we practice. We practice for That's what muscle memory is about. When you don't have time to think about it, your muscle memory is going to kick in if you've developed it. If you haven't, instinct. Always wrong on a motorcycle. All right? Any questions on that? Beautiful. Exercise number 4, and this is the one with the highest failure rate. Somebody asked me yesterday, I don't understand. Oh, it was traveling tall. He asked me yesterday, he said, I don't understand. Why is this the highest failure rate? So he's a motorcycle rider that some people have been riding a motorcycle a certain way, haven't really gone to any official training, but they kind of figured it out, So that doesn't mean they still don't need to. We're always learning. It's that simple. When you think you know everything, that's when there's a problem. But he was confused at what's so hard about making a turn. So when I explained to him that most motorcycle riders between 1 and 10 miles per hour, extremely uncomfortable, like what we talked about. So just a simple exercise like that freaks them out. Then imagine this is going straight. Imagine now telling them to do that turning. That's why this is the highest failure rate. Because at first I'm gonna have you guys just go through. Most people can go, I don't even know if that's true. Most people still, they can't go through. They wind up going this way, right? Because that's traveling tall right there. Speak of the devil. I'm glad he came back. So most people, I can't say most people. A lot of people, if I ask them to go through, they can go through without stopping easier. Why is it easier? Because they have some speed. But see, I don't want you to lean in here at all. I want your motorcycle straight up. And if you lean, now I know you're going too fast, because the only way we can lean our motorcycles is if we are at a proper speed to lean. Otherwise, they're just gonna fall over, right? But that's why I put these big cones here, and that's why I encouraged Steve, put those damn bags back on. Because I don't want him cutting this too close. Guys, there's 8 steps to this exercise, right? I know it seems like a lot, but they're pretty much the same at the beginning. Make sure the motorcycle is in first gear, cover the rear brake, preload your throttle and keep it loaded. Bring your clutch right before the sweet spot, right? Head and eyes, huge guys, huge. Now, I know I mentioned that I don't actually need to turn my head this way to make a turn. I can actually look this way and make the turn. but it's a safety thing. If you're accustomed to looking down while turning your motorcycle, you're gonna do it out there and stuff happens fast out there. So you can't look once and then go, okay, it's good. Now I'm gonna do this, because shit happens fast. So head and eyes, 3 C's in Preloader Nation: confidence, control, and consistency. Consistently. When you turn your head and your eyes, keep them there. Don't look down with your head or your eyes. I'm gonna be watching you guys. And don't think if you're wearing shades, I don't know. Because I can tell, because your bike is gonna go where you're looking. Head and eyes, don't worry about the cones. Don't do this, right? Preload your throttle when you're keeping it loaded. That's consistent, right? Step number 6, slowly release the clutch into the friction zone. As soon as the motorcycle starts to move, pick up your foot. Now, we're not doing exercise number 3. I don't need you to pick up your foot when it's not moving. We're going back to the normal things. As soon as it starts to move, pick up your foot and then turn the handlebars. That's it. Those are the steps. Now, your goal is to be somewhere in the middle. That's your goal. If you're over here, that's fine. But I want you to keep in mind, we're riding motorcycles, and I'm loving the fact that you all have pretty much the same style of motorcycle, so I know how they turn. This is, again, guys, there's no pressure here, so this is not a competition. I told you where I stop. If you feel more comfortable stopping right here, stop right here. If you feel more comfortable coming over here to make a left turn, come over here. But the more you practice this, you're gonna realize you don't need to do that. You have plenty of room. Traveling tall is pulling a trailer. You're not. So you don't need to be over here to make a turn to the left. But if you're more comfortable doing it, fine. I don't want you to be anywhere past this line though. I'm talking about when we're doing it from a stop, right? Challenge yourself. Head and eyes. Remember guys, everything that we did here when I had you going, if I told you take off a little slower, I'm preparing you for this, right? Because speed, what does speed do to our handlebars? Exactly, and we're trying to turn, so we definitely don't want to be going too fast. And we're going to get to a point, guys. I am going to have you go straight through, and then I'm going to have you do it from a stop, and then I'm going to have you do it from a stop, and then I want you to stop. Now, the reason why I always have you guys come into exercise number 3 in that angle is because I'm preparing you for this. And some of you guys, matter of fact, Jeff said, I'm not doing the 90-degree thing. So Jeff came at like an angle, and then when he stopped, he was facing this way instead of this way. Cool, that's what we're here to work on. Swag, man, he looked like, it was like his name, Swag. He leaned in, right? Boom. So keep this in mind, guys. It's easier to do it that way than to do it straight up. It takes much more skill to ride your bike straight up than to lean, because leaning gives you some speed. So today, I want you to just practice that, if that's something you need practice on, right? All right. And after we do this going left, then we're going to do it going right. I'm going to demonstrate it for you guys. Any questions? Remember, guys, it's the reason why this is exercise number 4 and not exercise number 1. Everything that we've done lead up to this. As you're approaching this U-turn, that's exercise number 2, slow ride. Whatever speed you're at, if it's the appropriate speed, just stay at that speed. So wherever you are in the friction zone, stay there. Wherever you are with your clutch, stay there. That's the friction zone. Wherever you are with your throttle. Now all you have to worry about is the rear brake. Eddie, you got to take it easy on that rear brake. If I see your foot going like this, now your bike's doing that, you're pop locking, right? We don't want that. Drag it, just drag it. And if you have to make a correction, it should be so subtle that your foot is barely moving, right? When I go through this, I want you to watch my brake. Watch my foot on the brake. You'll see some movements, but they'll be steady. I mean, they'll be subtle. First gear, over the rear brake, preload, slowly release the clutch as soon as it starts to move. I like that speed right there. Is my foot moving a lot? Yeah, because if I go through here like this, no, we don't want that. Nice and smooth, nice and smooth. Then, as I'm approaching, rear brake, throttle, 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 throttle. That's letting me stop steady. As I'm coming out of that turn, I'm staying in the friction zone, but I'm using the rear brake at the same time. That way the motorcycle stays true, right? Okay, so we already talked about approaching is exercise number 2. When I start to turn the handlebars, nothing changes. So what you would do in an exercise number 2, same thing applies. So what also comes in sometimes is exercise number 3. So as I'm making this turn at a slow speed, of course, sometimes it's gonna happen. We're still on 2 wheels. But keep in mind, when you turn your handlebars, your motorcycle is actually more stable than when it's straight. That's why if you ever see Bob Savori, if you saw him sitting still, it wasn't with the handlebars straight, I can guarantee you that. He's turned. And then when you feel something, clutch, rear brake. Clutch, rear brake. All you're doing is increments of exercise number 3. Every time you feel like the motorcycle is gonna fall, you give it a little power, right? So same thing in this turn. If you're gonna make this turn, head and eyes, handlebars, but the difference is we're not stopping. We're gonna continue to move, continue to move. Anytime you feel, power. Now the power doesn't have to be with the clutch. Just use the rear brake. Keep the same power going to the rear wheel and just use the rear brake to apply how much power you want to give. Because that's all I'm doing. I'm not messing around with this. See, listen, when you have too many moving parts, things go wrong. So that's why I say, wherever you are in the friction zone, stay there if it's the appropriate speed. Wherever your throttle is, your preload, keep it there. Now the only thing you have to use is that rear brake. Don't abuse it. Treat it nicely, right? Treat it nicely, right? Nice and easy. Head and eyes, and you're good, right? All right, so now I'm gonna do it from a stop. Now this freaks people out if they're close because it's like, oh my God.
I cannot go when my wheels lock. I can't take off without. I automatically straighten them out for a second.
Yeah, a lot of people do that,
Okay.
right? And so I want you to know, Jeff, you are not the, what's the word I'm looking for? That is the norm in the motorcycle riding community. Trust me and believe me. Most people that do this exercise, if we're making a left turn, this is where they're going, right? And if they feel, speed, they introduce speed and then they fly out this way, right? But we always want to be in control. So just keep in mind, as soon as I pick up my foot, if you need to come on this side to see it, or I'll make a right turn. But I wanted you to see the foot come up. It doesn't matter. As soon as I start moving, that's why I always say as soon as it starts to move, pick it up. I trust and believe that as long as there's power, because I know it's power, it's moving, I'm good. So when I pick up my foot, even if I open up my clutch a little bit more as soon as I do that, I'm countering it with the rear brake. That's why the rear brake is there for control. It's gonna help you control this motorcycle. Because most people, speed takes over and they go out wide. So if I make this turn, I told you my goal is to be in the center. Sometimes I'm actually inward because I'm turning the handlebars fully. I'm going very slow. I'm not even asking you to do a full lock. Just turn the handlebars and keep them turned. Don't do this, right? If that happens, it's fine. If stuff happens, you got to work it out. First gear, cover the rear brake, reload, friction zone, head and eyes. As soon as it starts to move, foot up. Now what happened there? What do you say, Andy?
You felt like you were gonna.
Yes. What happened there is, as soon as I picked up my foot, my balance went to the left. Doesn't mean not put my left foot down. It just means open the clutch up a little more, but same time rear brake because I'm not trying to go fast. I don't have the space for that. All that's doing is picking it back up so I can go the right way. And if I get too close, yeah, then I have to lean. But ordinarily, I don't want you to lean. And then lastly, guys, I want you to go through here and I want you to come to a stop, a controlled stop, just like we were doing over there. Because that's how we're stopping all day today. And that's, quite frankly, that's how I want you to stop for the rest of your motorcycle riding career. Under control, nice and easy. Head and eyes. Bing! Exercise number 4, guys. Now you see right there, Andy adjusted his body and threw the weight to the right. Almost went over, but he didn't. All right, gotta watch those RPMs, straight through. All right, so Bart is leaning right there. I don't want any lean. Good, good. Swag is good at this. Perfect, Swag, perfect. Straight up. Straight through. No lean, you're leaning. Good, stay at that speed. No lean, head and eyes, look at my camera. Keep looking at it. Don't worry about it, we just got here, man. Go straight, go straight, go straight through. You're good, just go straight. Good, stay at that speed. Why are you stopping? Straight through.
I thought you said hold on.
No, I said stay at that speed.
Oh boy.
No, you're good. Good. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Don't lean, that's good though. Straight up, Rob, straight up and down. Straight through. Head and eyes, look at my camera. Look at my camera. You're peeking at my cones. Nice and easy. Good, nice and easy. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Head and eyes. Open up that clutch. Left my bike on. At some point, he's got his clutch squeezed all the way in. You want to be in the friction zone the whole time. If you squeeze the clutch all the way in, you got no power going to the rear wheel. At that speed, yeah, the bike's going to fall. Straight through, Anthony. He hit that rear brake too hard, it threw him off. Good, straight through. All right, the last time you went through, you're leaning. And
I did a little bit at the end there because it
Yeah.
was getting away.
And yeah, and it's because you're waiting too late to start your turn. All right, just start a little bit earlier, straight up. There we go. Bart would definitely benefit from some higher handlebars. Straight through. Nice, Swag. Straight up, Steve, straight up. Leaning, you're leaning. You're leaning. Good. Stay at that speed. Good, good. Rear brake, keep it loaded. Rear brake, rear, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Yeah, you don't want to turn, man. It's like, yeah, go straight. You're good. Good. Stay at that speed. Good, good, good. Rear brake, start turning, keep it straight up. Good, good. Nice, Jeff. Nice. He worked that out. I like it. He worked that out. Straight through. Looking good, Rob. Head and eyes. Stop staring at my cones. I'm looking at you. So as you're going through here, I'm looking at your hand on your clutch going like this. And that's why your bike is, there's too many things moving. When you're in the friction zone, by pulling the clutch in, you're actually going in and out of the friction zone. So at that speed, that's why you keep feeling like, oh crap, it's gonna fall. Just stay in the friction zone, drag that rear brake, all right? Don't worry about this. Once you're moving, stay there. Throttle, keep it there. Drag the rear brake. Open up the hand some more, open up your hand some more, rear brake. Good, open up your hand and keep it open. Now you give it too much rear brake. All right, there we go. There we go. He didn't do it in the exercise, but after he went out the exercise, he made a turn and the throttle was steady. Are we gonna do it from a stop now? Nice. Wherever you want to stop. That time was much better. This would definitely help you if it was a little higher, because when you make that turn, it's like right here.
It is.
Head and eyes, Bart, look at my camera. Yeah, he would definitely benefit from some higher handlebars, because when he turns those handlebars, his elbow is, and that's the case with most people with these stock bars. They're so low that your elbow ends up in your ribs. So it's constricting. All right, show him how it's done, Swag. Very nice. Very nice. All right, let's see if we can get it straight up this time. Head and eyes, look at my camera. Perfect. All right, same thing, man. Actually, I should have let you do it going straight through instead of stopping, but yeah. Head and eyes, preload. Drag that rear brake. Trust and believe, just turn the handlebars, you're gonna be all right. Keep it loaded, open up that clutch. Good, keep it loaded, rear brake. Keep it loaded, turn the handlebars, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. All right, that's 10 push-ups. What's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. All right, you ready? That last one you did was beautiful, man. Because even when, it was beautiful. We'll talk about it later, but that was beautiful. Nothing changes here, Jeff, nothing changes. Head and eyes, look at my camera. As soon as it starts to move, rear brake, drag that rear brake. Good, 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 good. Drag it, keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Woo! I don't want him leaning, but I don't care, he didn't put a foot down. All right, head and eyes. You're molesting my cones with your eyes.
I like the way they look.
I see, but they're young. It's inappropriate. Look at my camera. Keep looking at it. See? Your eyes keep going down. That happens, though. That's a balance thing.
Yeah. All right.
Head and eyes before you even move. Keep it loaded. You're looking down. Okay. Right? And speed. That's why he's leaning. Let's go straight through. Straight through. Stay at that speed. Stay at that speed. Keep the clutch in the friction zone. Head and eyes. Head and eyes. Keep it loaded. There we go. It's coming. It's coming. But his hand is still going like this on the clutch. You know, sometimes we get nervous. Come to a stop. Easy on that rear brake, Andy. Good job. All right, keep that thing loaded. It's a little low in the idle. Good. Don't lean it. Don't lean it. Good. Good. Nice. Coming to a stop, Swag. That's a good problem to have, man. That was good. Swag had a full lock and he couldn't get out of it. But how do you get out of that? All he had to do was stay in the friction zone. That would have straightened him out. Because what does power want to do? Speed, it wants to straighten out our handlebars anyway. Nice, Steve. Straight through. Good, slow down, slow down. Good, drag the rear brake. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Easy on that rear brake. All right, the last one you made, you were leaned into the turn, right?
And I didn't have enough RPM.
That's right, that's the only reason. Well, you had enough RPMs, you just didn't have the clutch out enough. Because we can preload to 8,000 RPMs, but if we got the clutch in, it's pointless, right?
Yep.
But you never put a foot down. That's what I'm talking about, man. Never put a foot down. Same thing, but you're gonna come to a stop.
Oh boy.
Oh, stop it. Good, good, good. Keep it loaded. Rear brake, keep it loaded. So yeah, same thing. Not enough power. So the bike falls at that speed if there's no power. Yeah, yeah, you're good. And that's all that is. And Jeff is kind of freaking himself out before he even starts the exercise. I say come to a stop and he goes, oh boy. It's fine, man. All right, come to a stop, Rob. Head and eyes. Look at me. Look at me. He's still looking at my cones. He's obsessed. Good job, man. Straight through. Good. Stay in the friction zone. Just stay in the friction zone. Use the rear brake. Use the rear brake. Head and eyes. You hit the cone. You hit it. Not yet. Straight through. Andy said I'm out. He's talking about follow the leader. If he does it later on, then he'll be out. Good. Head and eyes. Don't lean it. Good. Good. Keep those turns. Keep it turned. Good. Good job, boy. Now everybody has a strength and a weakness as far as right turns, left turns. Don't lean it, Swag. You were straight up going left. Don't lean it. Straight up. Straight up. There we go. Nice. Straight through. Good. Slow down. Slow down. Drag the rear brake. Just drag it. Head and eyes. Head and eyes. There we go. I want him to keep his head and his eyes up too. He's looking down the whole time. Good. Head and eyes. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Don't lean. There we go, Jeff. Straight through, Rob.
Look at the camera.
Yeah, look at the camera. Say cheese. Don't lean. Now you're leaning. Speed. Good. Stay in the friction zone. Use the rear brake. Head and eyes. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. That's what I'm talking about. Straight through it. Straight through it. Nice. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. So I want them to stay straight up, but if they have to make a correction and it causes them to have to go forward and they lose space, yeah, work it out. That's what he did. Good job, boy. There we go. See, you were going fast before. That's why he was leaning. Ah, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Same thing with Steve. He slowed down. If you slow down enough, you can't lean because it'll fall. So, perfect. Outstanding. Outstanding. That's what I want to see. That's total control. Head and eyes. Get your eyes up. Look at my camera. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. So when, you see what's happening? When I'm saying rear brake, you're going.
Yeah.
Just nice and easy. Good job. Slow down. Good. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Rear brake. Keep it loaded. Excellent, Jeff. Excellent. So I can already see some people's rights are better than their lefts. You're leaning, Rob. Yeah. Straight through. Good. Stay at that speed. Nice and easy. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Look at you. Watch that foot. And he's got that. Stop, yeah. He's got those passenger pegs that are adjustable, so there's just more stuff to catch his foot. Straight through. Nice, Andy. Definitely the boss of that bike. Nice. Yeah, his bars are restricting him from turning them fully when he really wants to. And if he does do it, then it's awkward. Head and eyes, good, don't lean. There we go. There we go. That last one was perfect. You need to write a book on right turns from a stop. No words, just pictures. That was beautiful. Look at my camera. I don't know what you were looking at. You looking at traveling tall? He ain't gonna help you here. You're looking good, man. Do that again. Straight through. Good, good. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Trust and believe, baby. Trust and believe. Straight through. No, you know what? Come to a stop. You're advanced. You don't need to go straight through. Come to a stop. Go straight through from here. Your rights are better than your lefts. Your right turns are better than your lefts. Yes. Good. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep, rear brake. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. There we go, Jeff. All right. Easy on that rear brake. And yeah, I know Jeff is leaning, but listen, that's not the point. He's getting through it now. Baby steps. So yeah, I see your foot going like this. That's why the bike's going like this. That's, look, I'm grabbing speaker grills to save it from falling. What an idiot. All right, remember, if you feel it falling, open up that clutch. Open it up, good, good, good. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Gotta stop putting that foot down. That's not, every time you put your foot down and nothing gets hit, it's like playing Russian roulette with your ankle. All right, come to a stop. Take a break. Come to a stop. Head and eyes. Excellent. Take a break. All right, come to a stop. Take a break. Shit, that's the best one of the day. Your hazard lights are on again. It's the best one of the day. All right, come to a stop, take a break. Bump, bag, cone. It didn't go over, but it got hit. That's why I told you not to take them off. He took his bags off because he said, I'm winning this competition today. I don't want the bags hit. No, you gotta have the bags on. It's actually Andean wood. All right, straight through. Your rights are definitely better than your lefts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Head and eyes. Good, keep it loaded. Rear brake, nice and easy. That happens.
Yeah.
Now it's harder for you. Look where you are, let's back up. All right. You can get it up to a good speed, but then rear brake. Go where you need to be. Good, good, good. All right, start it over. Now this time when you start, you're not starting at the line, so you don't have to start slow.
Yeah.
Start off a little bit fast, but then rear brake. Just to get your balance. Good, rear brake. Easy on the rear brake. Look at you! Look at you! You're supposed to stop, but I don't care, man. I'll take it. Look at that. All right, come to a stop, and then you can take a break. You're looking good, Jeff. Preload, preload. Good. Head and eyes, rear brake, come to a stop. Nice, Jeff, take a break, you earned it. All right, come to a stop over here.
Okay.
Preload, preload. You're leaning. Your throttle's so low, you see? Your bike's almost,
Dispatch shut off.
yep, Take a break. Straight through, straight through. Good, keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Rear brake, drag it, drag it, drag it. There you go, there you go. Woo, come to a stop. I'll take it. His rights are better than his lefts too. All right, let's do that again, come to a stop. Good. Rear brake, rear brake. You're good, don't worry about the cones, man. Do it again. Don't worry about the cones, they're tough. They just don't like being stared at, but they're tough. They can take a motorcycle hitting them, running them over. Stare at them, no good. All right, see, even when you're stopping there, nice and easy. All right. Head and eyes, what are you looking at? There we go. Good, 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 nice and easy. Keep it loaded. You're abusing that rear brake.
I'm feeling it.
All right, let's do it again, man. Don't worry about it, man, you're good. Move your heel back. There you go. That way you don't have so much pressure on the rear brake. Look at my camera, say cheese. Good, good, good. Head and eyes. Turn it, keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Look at you, Rockstar. Hold it there, come to a stop. Straighten out. Remember, we straighten out. That's what I'm talking about, man. Take a break. All right, guys, we're gonna move on to exercise number 5, single serpentine, but that was just excellent. Don't you love to see it come together? I love that. Yeah.
Then you could always hit the bank.
Less trap. What the hell, you robbing banks, man?
No, but if you're out of town, you gotta cash the check.
You gotta watch how you word these things, man.
But if you're out of town and you gotta cash a check, or you need to
Edit.
find groceries or something.
You're gonna open up cold cases. Who the hell is robbing these banks? Andrew Schultz. All right. Guys, listen, good job. And if you ever hear me, I'm screaming at Jeff. Woo, that's what I'm talking about. I'm screaming at Eddie. Screaming at Jerome. Listen, all that is genuine, man, because I'm looking at you and I'm going, all right, let's do this, let's do this, let's do that. As soon as we got to the right turn, you guys, it was like a metamorphosis. I mean, not perfectly, but remember, the goal here is not for you to do this perfectly, right? As a matter of fact, I prefer it not be perfect and watch you work it out. And that's what Eddie did. And I was like, what the hell? Immediately, I'm thinking to myself, here comes the foot. He never put a foot down. But when you did put a foot down, I got real scared because you got those adjustable passenger pegs. So all you're doing is adding other stuff for your ankle to hit. Every time you put your foot down, especially in a turn, you're playing Russian roulette with your ankle. If it didn't get caught, there was no bullet in the chamber, all right? So just keep that in mind. Please keep your foot up, open up the clutch, and I don't care if you fly out the exercise, just don't put your foot down. But remember this too, if you ever apply too much power, that's why you're covering the rear brake. But it doesn't mean smash it. So a lot of you guys were like, I was ready to file a domestic violence report between you and your rear brake because you're just abusing it, right? Nice and easy, all right? Anybody have any questions on that? Yeah, so again, all of this is just to let you know what you need to practice on more. Definitely keep practicing on that. If your lefts are worse than your right, don't now avoid making lefts, just practice at it more. That's all, because nothing changes. And with a few of you guys, the issue is your handlebars, right? This whole thing that we're doing here, slow speed maneuvers, all of this stuff starts to come into play. People that aren't in Preloader Nation, when they pick out handlebars for their motorcycle, the only thing that is a contributing factor to what they're gonna buy is how they look. Doesn't matter how high they are, how wide they are, because all they do is ride straight and make slight turns anyway. What difference does it make? But once you actually learn how to ride your motorcycle and you start turning, then you, oh crap, I can't even reach my clutch. Some of you have the stock bars where they're so low that now if you go to turn, your elbow is in your body. So yeah, that's Swag, that's Rob, that's Bart. So, and the funny part is they have the skill. They still can do it, but man, it would be so much easier if the bars were here. Nothing crazy, all right? I'm gonna start a GoFundMe with swag. We gotta get some bars on that bike, man. If you had black instead of chrome, I had some bars for you from Tab Performance, right? I have some bars from Tab Performance that are black. Anyway, moving on, guys. Exercise number 5, single serpentine. I already got some bets in on who's gonna be successful at this or not. So here's what I'll say to you. This exercise is not about this, right? I don't want to see that, right? Because speed, like I told you guys earlier, is not going to help you out, especially in here. But I also don't want to see you doing it like we were just doing exercise number 4, straight up. This always happens. I say you don't lean here, you lean here. I tell you, I want you to lean here, now you're straight up, all right? You have to kind of have the proper speed that's going to allow you to lean, because if you're going too slow, you can't lean, it's going to fall. But not be so fast that you can't turn your handlebars freely, because speed straightens out our handlebars, right? So this is how we're turning. Head and eyes, straight ahead. You guys are gonna be coming this way, looking at me and my camera. If I'm not here, then my camera. The whole time, peripheral vision will pick up the cones, don't worry about it. Rob, forget about it. The cones are already intimidated by him because he's just staring them down hard. Head and eyes straight ahead. Counterbalance your body, meaning just keep your body straight up and down. Let the bike lean under you. See how wide my bike is? That's how I want you to start this exercise down there. When you come through those double cones, immediately go to the right if you're going to start on the right, or go to the left. Whichever side you start on, the next time you come down, start on the other side. What's the difference, Roscoe? That's right, there is no difference. Just starting on one side, it's the same thing, but you know, sometimes this stuff is mental. Most of it is mental. And when you make this first turn, I want you to come closer to this cone than that cone. If you start this turn right here, as you go down, it's just going to get tighter and tighter on you. You can still correct it, right? But I also want you to stay wide because that's going to force you to lean. I don't want you hugging these cones going down. You can hug this cone when you first pass it. As soon as you pass this cone, you should be making your turn for the next cone. Go out wide, lean, head and eye still straight ahead. As soon as I pass that, start turning, go out wide, lean. And guys, we're working. So we're not doing anything lazy. Don't turn like this. Turn, turn, transitions. This is preparing us for when we get to exercise number 8, figure 8. I'm sorry, exercise number 7 in figure 8. Exercise number 8, offset double serpentine. Transitions, transitions, right? That's what this is, all right? Any questions? All right, I'm gonna demonstrate it. I'm gonna go down that way, I'm gonna come back. But you guys, when you do it, like I said, you're gonna come this way and go around, do it again. Go out wide, lean, 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 lean. Start out wide, lean, head and eye, straight ahead. All right, so I did that brakeless. This is one exercise, but I don't have any issues being brakeless because I'm going straight. I'm just doing transitions, but I'm still covering it because sometimes I might give a little bit too much speed. I see myself coming too close to that forward cone. Just a quick correction, boom, back to where I need to be. Stay wide and lean the motorcycle. Nothing extreme. We don't do anything extreme out here, but I don't want you try not to be timid. How about that? All right? Get into the motorcycle, show it who the boss is. Any questions? All right, let's do it. Nice, Andy. Yep, tighten up on them. What happened there?
I don't use cone at home, but I got too close.
Yeah, that's all. Stay out wide, and then all that was it was a case where shit, I got to slow down just a little bit. That was it. Up, hitting cones.
I'll probably have to cut out of here after the U-turn.
Okay, okay.
But good to be down here again. And
Yeah, good to see you again, man.
appreciate it.
Definitely. Good. Good. That's okay. It's okay. It's only the first time. Looking good. Just got to work that out. That's all. Here comes the 3.5. My ass. There we go. Brake correction. Good. Good correction. Good correction. 3.5 my ass. Go out wider, Jeff. Wider. Wider. You're hugging the cones. Go out wider. Good. Good. And clearly he showed you don't have to go out wider. However, I want him to be comfortable leaning the motorcycle. It's like right here, Eddie's not comfortable leaning. He's going too slow, can't lean. But he's working it out. Stop, stop. Stop. Yeah, so you're not going fast enough to lean. You're doing it straight up. Go a little bit faster so you can lean, lean. But you worked it out, that was good. Keep it loaded, baby, keep it loaded. Swag doing his push-ups off camera because he grabbed the front brake. Too much speed. Yep. Too much speed, Steve. Too much speed. So Steve is doing what I don't want you to do, which is think this is a ski slalom and fly through it. No. Lean, slow down. The fluidity of that. Good. Turn those bars. Lean it. So Bart's not leaning enough. All right, Roscoe is going fast, too fast. Good, he slowed down. Good, good, good. You're looking at every cone. That's the issue. He started out too fast. If you start the first one wrong, you're going to automatically make the next ones tighter. You can still correct it, but you just make it harder on yourself. Head and eyes, straight ahead. Look at my camera. Very nice. Very nice. 3.5. Good. Lean it. You're hugging the cones. You're hitting them all. You're hugging them. All right. Go out wide. Swing it in. Slow down. Good. 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 Nice and easy. Keep it loaded. Not bad. Not bad at all. And I don't expect them to lean like Andy is, but I do need them to lean. Be a little bit more aggressive. U-turn. U-turn. All right, swag here. fighting it, but he's working it out. All right. And that's all I want. Yeah, the more you practice it, it's going to get smoother, but work it out. Figure out how to work it out. There we go. Now he went out wide on that one. Rear brake will correct it. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Much better. So right here, swing out wide, dip it. There we go, dip it. Turn it, dip it. Good, turn it, dip it. Turn it, dip it. Lean it in, lean it in, lean it in. There we go. Progress. You're hugging the cones, you're hugging the cones. So I forgot, I should have been up there at the beginning so I can tell him. You start out wrong, you make this more difficult. Nice. All right, so when you're starting out too close to the first cone and you're hugging all of the cones. I need you to go out wider. Go out wider.
Well,
okay?
If I swing wide on the first one, it'll help me.
Yeah, because if you start out wrong, you just make it tighter as you go down. You're looking good though. You don't have to go out much wider, just a little bit more wider. So when you start, don't start here. Come over here. Soon as you go through here, swing right, swing left. Good, swing right, swing left. Lead it. Good. I'm still hugging him. And again, can you do it like this? Yes, but this is not the exercise. The exercise is to lean the motorcycle. Come out wide. Slow down. Good, good, good. Easy on the rear brake. Turn it. Good. Turn it. Lean it. Good. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Turn it. Good. Trust and believe. There we go. Keep it loaded. His foot came off the rear brake. He was getting ready to put it down. And he trusted and believed and put it back on. I love when that happens. Fighting a battle with your instinct and winning. Come on, Swag, stop playing around. There we go, keep it loaded. Okay, so not bad, but when you're starting this close to this cone, and you're going fast. But the good thing is, you start out fast, but then you correct it. But by then, now everything is tighter. So when you start, I want you to start from over here, and dip that motorcycle, and keep going wide. Dip it. Good. Dip it. Good. Dip it. Good. Rear brake. Dip it. Yeah, caught up on him. That's okay. Last time, Rob. Last time. Nice and wide, Jeff. Wide, wide. Good, wide. Good, there we go. Just like that. Just like that, Jeff. Ah, keep going, keep going. Turn it. So we got to make sure we do these transitions, you know, quick enough where we're not losing space. Good, come on. Slow down, good. 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 There we go. I think I see Security Bill. All right, guys, we're gonna move on to exercise number 6, the infamous U-turn. Exercise number 5, man, it's a humbling exercise, I like to call it. But it's something that I don't want you to take lightly, because that exercise, if my friend practiced it along with emergency braking, he wouldn't have rear-ended me. Because all of these exercises are adding tools to your tool chest. When uh-oh happens, if you don't know what to do, but squeeze and hope for the best, that's when bad things happen. So, if you practice this enough and something happens and you have to stop, brake, downshift, 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 but that's not gonna cut it, swerving is an option if it's in your tool chest. But if it's not, like this guy, just boom, I mean, didn't even think about it, didn't even cross his mind, right? So, if you're struggling to do that, some of you guys are going a little too fast, some of you guys are reluctant to lean, and you need to lean the motorcycle, because we already talked about the 3 contributing factors to our turning radius. Leaning is gonna help you get through this exercise, and that's what this exercise is all about, leaning. I want you to lean it. So Jeff did it kind of straight up, right? And at the end, he started leaning more, and then he went long. So that's what I mean. I say it's a balance, and this is 15 feet apart, right? Later on, we're gonna be doing something 10 feet apart. We'll talk about that when we get to it. See, there you go again, Jeff. We'll talk about that when we get to it. It's a bonus exercise, so you know, it's just a little something extra to put everything we did together today and apply it there. All right, anybody have any questions about single serpentine? Outstanding. Exercise number 6, the infamous U-turn. All right, so a couple of things, guys. 27 feet wide, that's how much space you have. If you want to challenge yourself, make the U-turn in this box. 18 feet or less. If you want to challenge it, that's true. It's not. That's why I say this is not necessary. However, when I did that video with the bear behind me, that road was less than 18 feet. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I got to measure this. So, but guess what? If you get on the road like that, and that was also a road that's not highly traveled, listen, that's duck walking alley. This duck walking. It's not a competition, right? You can still challenge yourself without being in this box. Just try it up there. If you don't make it, at least you don't have cones on the other side, right? All right. As you guys are approaching to make this U-turn, find an appropriate speed and stay there. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told you over there, but over there, the speed was slower. Here, pick it up a notch, right? As I'm traveling here, my speed's already where I want it, meaning wherever I am in the friction zone, I'm staying there. Wherever my throttle is, my preload is, I'm keeping it there. Jeff, what's first, head and eyes or handlebars? Oh, you're Jeff? Yeah. Head and eyes, I was about to say, nice to meet you, Jeff. I'm Rob. I know. Head and eyes, look at my camera, handlebars. And I want you guys to commit to the lean right away. Commit to the lean right away. It's going to smooth out that turn, because what a lot of you guys do is you're reluctant to lean the motorcycle. So when you first turn the handlebars, it's a very slight lean. You're almost straight up. And as you're making the turn, as you progress in the turn, now you're staring at this cone and you see you're not going to make it, and now you want to lean. Just commit to the lean right away and keep it there the whole way. It should be a nice smooth U-turn. Now that doesn't mean I want you to swoop through here. I don't want a momentum U-turn. The friction zone should be pulling you through everything out here, really. But in this U-turn, pulling you through. Remember, guys, we don't need speed. We just need sufficient power to the rear wheel. It's why if you see me do a U-turn right here and just keep doing it, I'm going about 6, 7 miles per hour. So not a lot of speed. Now that's extreme, because the more you lean your motorcycle, the more risk you introduce. Simple as that. That's why nothing we do out here is extreme. You don't have to lean extreme. You don't need to fully lock the bars. The only time those things come in is A, if you're trying to do something very tight, or B, you start something and you don't do it correctly, and now you have to correct it, meaning you have to lean more or turn the handlebars more. All right? Anybody have any questions about any of that? All right? This is not really complicated. It's not. Once we get over the fear of leaning, trust and believe. Once you lean the motorcycle over, you're in the friction zone. You know you're not going to fall, right? Case in point. not going fast at all, right? But if I keep my throttle steady, I'm good. Nothing's dragging, right? Now I can drag it, but I don't have to. Straighten out, rear brake. If I keep my throttle right where it is and keep my clutch right where it is and lean this bike over and trust and believe that as long as I got power, I'm good. I'm counterbalancing my body. I just want you to know that, see how extreme that is? I don't want you to do that. I just want you to do it within the 3 boxes, nice and smooth. Now, I don't want you to be line to line. If you are line to line, that's fine. Then we'll talk about the video I just did. Why am I U-turn so wide? But in the real world, this is plenty of space to make a U-turn. You're usually going to have more space than that. But we train for less space because, for instance, if you go into Harley Davidson in Savannah, most people, they get into a turning lane and then they have to make a U-turn. And in that U-turn, there's 2 lanes and then there's a shoulder. If I set a camera up there, where do you think most motorcycle riders end up? On the shoulder. I mean, just wide as hell, right? So if there was construction and that right lane and the shoulder are out, now it's an uh-oh moment, you know, and it shouldn't be an uh-oh moment. Just make the U-turn, right? Still not 18 feet, it's still nothing crazy, right? And the other funny thing is, that same U-turn, let's suppose this is the turning lane, right? This is the turning lane, they're gonna be making a left turn. I see motorcyclists, this is a travel lane, this is a turning lane. This is where they're gonna make the U-turn. You know how many motorcycle riders I see right here? Isn't this more dangerous where the traffic is flowing? But they saying to themselves, I gotta make a U-turn this way? Like they're pulling a trailer. See, this is what I mean when I say, the more you learn, your skill level is gonna determine how many options you have out there on your motorcycle. And if your skill level is low, your options are low. And when things like that, simple things like that come up, right? That's why we're here. That's why we're practicing this. First time you guys go through, you're gonna make a left turn. Then I'm gonna tell you when I want you to stop. You're gonna stop right here and make a left turn. Nothing crazy, not like in the video I did. I don't expect you to do it like, you can move forward first and then make the turn. Then I'm gonna have you make the turn and come to a stop. Again, we're still practicing the first thing we did when we came, stopping smoothly, straighten out the handlebars, come to a stop. Now, when you do your U-turn, again, control. I don't want you to end up after the U-turn facing this way. Like Swag got caught in the turn in exercise number 4, and I told him that's a good problem to have. You know, most people can't, they're not doing that. But what was the answer, Swag? How do you get out of that? That's right. All you had to do was open up that clutch. It's always going to want to do that anyway, right? But use the rear brake at the same time because he's not trying to go fast. He's trying to come to a stop. So I want you guys to be coming out of, whether you're stopping or not, when you come out of your U-turn, I want you coming out straight. Now, sometimes you'll see people in this 18-foot box and you'll see them like this last-minute swoop, and that's what makes them shoot out this way. That's because they're not committing to the lean right away. They're committing at the last minute, and that's where that swoop is coming from. But if they commit it right away, it's nice and smooth. All right, let me demonstrate what I want you to do. Then you guys are going to do what you want to do. And a nice slight lean, that's it. Stay in the friction zone, keep power to the rear wheel. And a nice slight lean. Commit to the lean right away. And a nice. Straighten out. Let's do it. Zero head and eyes. Zero head and eyes. I mean, zero. You'll see when you watch it. I don't know what Andy was looking at. Now, I already know Steve's been practicing this. He's off the line, but he's still good. Oh, beautiful. That's like 17 feet. We ain't stopping. We ain't stopping.
Oh, okay.
Nice, Swag. Nice, Rob. Keep it loaded. Nice. Nice pickup. Head and eyes, Jeff. Head and eyes. Keep it loaded. Got to turn that head. Turn that head. Way off the line. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. Trust and believe, baby. Nice, boy. Head and eyes, Swag, head and eyes. That turn would have been so much tighter if he turned his head in his eyes. Look at my camera, look at my camera. There we go, work it out, baby. 3.5. Lead it, keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. There we go, baby. Good, come on, speed, 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 head and eyes, look at me, look at me. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Nice, Jeff. Slow down, good. Head and eyes, good. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. There we go, there we go. Nice, nice. Oh, let me get out of the way.
Did I have head and eyes last time?
Yeah, much better. Straight through. Commit to the lean right away. And that's what happened. He was straight up, almost all the way to the next line. And then it was going to require an extreme lean. Looking good, boy. And I don't know if you saw it, Andy actually lifted his foot up off the board, not to put it down, just to protect it. Not the last turn you made, but the one before that. That was like 17 feet, man. That was perfect. Then you came the last time, and I don't know what happened. All right, straight through, head and eyes. There you go. See? Now that time he committed good, but his speed was too high. And it pushed him out wide. But the committal, bam, he threw it right over. All right, looking good, Swag, looking good, straight through. Commit. all he's got to do is lean it some more, and he's got it. His speed's good. All right, straight through. Perfect U-turn, perfect. Lean right away, stayed in the lean. Not bad at all, man, you're surprising me. When you commit, when you start this U-turn, just commit right away. You don't have to lean it a lot, but however you lean it, just stay there. Head and eyes. Keep it loaded, drag the rear brake. Very nice. Look where he picked that up. Very nice. Look where he picked that up and stayed in the exercise. I think he got confused when I said commit right away, so he started the turn right away. All right, you coming to a stop over here? You're looking good, man. Looking good. You definitely trust and believe. That's good. You don't put your foot down. You just lean it over and you go.
Yeah.
Head and eyes. That's what I need more from you. Head and eyes. Good. Lean it. Head and eyes. Yeah. He's looking that way. That's where he's going. All right. Looking good, man. Your head and your eyes are perfect. You stayed right there.
All right.
Do that again. Commit to the lean as soon as you start it. Preload. Good. All right, let's go. Good, good, good. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. And nice. Nice. Come to a stop. Nice. You're just not committing right away. That's the only reason. All right, come to a stop. Nice, Bart. And if Bart wants to tighten that up, what does he have to do? He's got to lean more. Speed's fine. All right, come to a stop. And turn the handlebars more, but I already told you the restriction with his handlebars. Oh my God. Oh my God, that was beautiful. This guy's a new man. Steve is a new man. Come to a stop, but swag. Nice. I can already see you want this box. All you need to do is lean a little bit more. Your speed, the last time you went, is perfect. A little bit more lean, you got it. All right, come to a stop, 3.5. You can't even keep a straight face when I say it. Head and eyes, Rob. Nice job, man. Nice job. All right, you're coming to a stop now. Good, good, good. Head and eyes. Nice and easy on that rear brake. Now you're doing that straight up. The more you practice that, you're gonna give me a little bit more lean. But you see, still in here, right? All right, coming to a stop over here, Jeff. Oh, you got that. Good, get your speed right. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. I told you they're tough. You still got it. Oh, you lost it down there. Stop right there. All right, come to a stop over here. Easy, easy with that brake. All right, all you got to do is lean a little bit more and that's perfect, but you see you're still in the exercise, right?
Yeah.
Either, do me a favor, either tell Jeff he dragged my cone or pick it up for him. One of the two, thanks.
All right.
Lean it over, baby. Nice, boy. His rights are better than his left, too. Nice. Oh shoot, those right turns, man. His right turns are definitely better than his lefts. Alright, that speed took him out wide. All of these guys, their rights are better than their lefts. Eddie's rights are better than his lefts. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Look at that. Way better than his lefts. Good, head and eyes, head and eyes. Rights are better than his lefts. And you see he's leaning with the motorcycle. You want to counterbalance. Come to a stop. All right, straight through. All right, straight through. That's where you should be. That's where you should be.
Oh, okay.
Start challenging Steve. Now that you joined the smack talking club, I gotta start challenging you more. But you're doing it anyway. Make sure when you start, go to the left a little bit.
Drive over that way.
Go to the left a little bit to give yourself some, yeah. There you go. He overthought that. Just by me putting him in that box, now he's overthinking it. He was gun shy. Your rights are definitely better than your lefts. Definitely. See how Swag starts out? The speed. He starts out at a speed that's good. Now right there, he taps the brake and he slows down a little bit. That's going to restrict how he can lean. But if he just stayed at that speed and just dragged the brake through it. And that's going to be relevant in the figure 8 as well. All right, straight through. See right there, Rob is dragging his brake. Like I hear his brakes squeaking and they're squeaking consistently. All right, straight through. Open the clutch, good, good, good. See, and he's coming out of the turn early. That's the only reason he's that wide. You're in the turn, stay in the turn. All right, straight through. Good, head nice. There we go. There we go, keep it turned, keep it turned. Come to a stop, figure 8. Nice, Andy. All right, come to a stop. There we go. He leaned it over right there. Good job. You let that freak you out. You were smooth. As soon as I put you in this box, you got a little antsy over there. Just do what you were doing, man. Don't even think about it. Head and eyes, lean it. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Well within. Come to a stop. All right, exercise number 7. Beautiful. Just gotta get it out of your head. Turn your head and your eyes and go for it. All right. Come to a stop. Yeah, you see all that hesitating? That's the only reason that's not tight. Good job. Next exercise. All right, come to a stop. Head nod, good, good. Look at that, look at that. So, just so you know, if that happens, I'm not gonna give you a 10 push-up penalty. You can use that to stop. At that point, if you're doing that. Because he did, yeah, he did push-ups earlier. So, he's just letting that bike roll and, all right, come to a stop. See that? Oh, that time he was on and off the brake. But when he's consistent on the brake, good job. When he's consistent on the brake, it's smooth. Just makes sense if something is just steadily on it versus going on and off, on and off. All right, come to a stop, Jeff. Good, a little more speed. There we go. See how he comes out? Straighten out. Good. Next exercise. All right, Bill, get ready. Come to a stop. Easy on that rear brake. Good job, man. All right, guys, before we go to exercise number 7, the figure 8, we got Bill here, Security Bill. And Security Bill traded in the 2 wheels for 3, and he wants to see if he can do a U-turn in 27 feet in this box. He didn't like the Tri-Glide from Harley Davidson. Head and eyes, Bill! Some things don't change. Yeah, it's close, but it ain't gonna make it in 27 feet. But look at that, guys. If you guys don't know who Security Bill is, Security Bill was in pretty much every single practice session from the start, from the inception of this channel. And one of his biggest nemesis was head and eyes. So much so that I actually had him get off of the motorcycle and walk the bike and turn his head and his eyes. And even while walking, he would still look down at the cones. So all of our brains work differently, you know, and now he's on 3 wheels and still he's like this, even though there's no fear of dropping what he's riding, all right? So, but I'm glad that he's still out there getting some wind road therapy, and he's having fun. That's what it's all about. And he don't have to worry about, I still want him to, does he have to preload on that? No, that's got an automatic transmission, so he doesn't have to worry about any of that stuff anymore, but he can still enjoy the wind in his face. All right, guys, exercise number 7, figure 8. Good job on that, guys. I got to tell you, see, this is what I mean when I say, when I do private lessons out here, sometimes I ask people, what do you, let me let Bart leave first. Yeah, so when I'm doing a private lesson out here, I always ask, what do you need help with? Sometimes people say, hey, I got problems with this, that, but guess what? I always start them out with this, because you don't know what you don't know, right? So, and sometimes somebody will struggle with one thing, and even though I tell you guys that these exercises all build on one another, just because you can't do 4 doesn't mean you can't do 6. And that's true with you guys. Like the U-turn, nobody really had a problem with it, right? I mean, I was very surprised by that, and that's a good thing. Jeff, when you're in your U-turns, you're actually leaning with the motorcycle.
I have a need in my head to lean always, and sometimes I don't have to, right?
Yeah, you don't have to. If you're riding at speed in a turn, yeah, lean with the bike. Slow speed, counterbalance, right? Again, I want you to know that it doesn't mean you can't make the turn. It's just gonna be more comfortable for you, because when you're going slow, leaning with the bike, just, damn, the ground's just getting closer, right? Whereas if you do that, it just feels better. It's a mental thing, right? It feels better, but it has nothing to do with the characteristics of the motorcycle. As long as there's power to the rear wheel and you turn the handlebars, you're good. Swag, man, he's itching for that 18-foot box. And as a matter of fact, going right, he's in it, right? I said to myself, all he needs to do is lean, I told him, lean a little bit more going left, and he's got it. Going right, when, who was it? Rob. When Rob made a U-turn going right, his brakes squeak. I love squeaky rear brakes, because then I can hear what's going on. Squeak. he's dragging it. So that's why it's smooth. When Swag went through, starts out smooth and all of a sudden he starts doing this because he's tapping the brake. Just drag it and you'll be fine. Dragging is always going to produce a smoother U-turn than this, right? There's a time and a place for this, not in the middle of a U-turn, right? All right, any questions? Beautiful. Figure 8, and now listen, this is the same width as that U-turn box. So the only thing you could possibly run into as far as an issue is the transition. So this is the entrance, that's the exit. When you come in here, I want you to come to, I'm gonna be over here. I want you to come towards me. Use all of the space that you need. Don't give up any space that you need. So Andy doesn't need all of this space, so he's not gonna use it all. But if you need it, use it. When we first started doing U-turns, Roscoe, the first U-turn you made, you started to turn this far from the line. Still made the U-turn. See, that's why the video comes in, because when you go back and watch that, you might think, oh, damn, I just made that U-turn. So in your mind, you needed all 27 feet, when really you're like at 22 feet, right? Imagine how much tighter it would be if you started to lean and stayed there right away. Stayed there the whole time. So come right here. Head and eyes. See that green cone? That's what I want you to look at. And I want you to stare at that one. The green ones are okay to look at in here. Head and eyes, handlebars. If you start this turn too early, whatever space you give up here, you need to compensate for it down there. So use all the space that you need. Hold it. When you get up to the 12 o'clock spot, turn your eyes to that green cone and go for it. Hold this turn. Just like I told you, if you need to drag the rear brake, drag it, drag it, drag it. Stay in the friction zone. Don't start coming out right here because you're not going to this corner. You're going to the side. If you have an issue with the transition, just go straight out here. But when you go out, I want you on the left side of this cone. That's just to get over in your brain, all right, I made the first part, now I can make the second. Because when you make this turn, if you end up right here, man, this is tight, right? So I want you over here. I want you in the vicinity of here, right? Because at the end of the day, lean will make up for all of this. But if you're not comfortable really leaning the bike, I don't want to make anything more complicated than it has to be. So, head and eyes here. Once you get to 12 o'clock, switch your head to here. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Transition, head and eyes. Look at that green cone. Go for it. Hold it, hold it. I'm at 12 o'clock now. Transition, my eyes from here to here. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Same thing. I want to be on this side of the cone, not on this side. Transition. Then you're going to do it again. Go out right there, you get a ka-ching. You don't go out at the proper spot, no ka-ching. You put a foot down, no ka-ching. Drop the bike, no ka-ching, right? Okay. Yeah, no pressure. No pressure. No pressure at all. Just make sure you stay in the friction zone. I don't want you doing this straight up, guys. All right? And if you're straight up, it's because you're going too slow. And that's what some of you guys are doing. You, as soon as it's time to turn, you slow down. You're not going to lean the motorcycle going slow. Yeah, just maintain the speed. Use the rear brake if you're going too fast. So I'm going to go through it. First time. Second time, I'm going to do it in 4 parking spaces. And I want you to realize my RPMs, my speed, none of that changes. The only thing that changes is I lean more, turn the handlebars more. That's it. Head and eyes, hold it. Head and eyes, hold it, hold it. Transition. Head and eyes, I'm looking over there. Head and eyes, hold it, hold it. Transition. Head and eyes. 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 I ain't finished with you. I don't know how you guys go. I ain't finished. But listen. I love the gusto, man. You're like, all right, let's get in there. Transitions, just like I told you when we were doing the single serpentine. I told you it was going to come up here. When it's time for you to transition, if you transition slow, you're losing space. It doesn't mean you have to do it really fast, but it's about timing. Do it at the proper time so that you're not going out that way. All right, that's it. Okay, we got Andy. And you see Andy, a lot of shifting going on, right? Shifting his body to counterbalance to the extreme. You know, he's shorter, and that helps him out. Good job, Andy. Swag looked at Steve like, you want to go? Steve was like, no, you can go. All right, keep that speed up. And sometimes I say keep the speed up, and then people go too fast. Keep the speed up doesn't mean speed up. It means maintain. Good. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Good head and eyes. All right, look at the exit, lean it over, keep it loaded. The reason his bike keeps straightening up is because he's going too slow. Good job. Worked it out. All right, Steve. Nope, that ain't happening. That's 10 push-ups, Steve. Preload! Open up that clutch, Steve. Open it up. See, that's a swoop. I don't want to swoop. Now you see Steve is leaning with the bike. You're leaning with the bike, Steve. You're leaning with it. Counterbalance, you're leaning with it. Try it out, see how it feels. Good. Head and eyes, turn it. Turn it. Good, good, head and eyes, look over here. Come on, come on, come on, transition. Keep it loaded. Yeah, keep that thing loaded, baby.
I think that's what we're having a problem with these bars.
Oh yeah, absolutely, I know it is. So Ross is gonna have to change those bars. I might be able to help him. All right, he's there. Easy, easy. Yeah, your clutch is pretty far out. I can see why he's struggling. I can see why you're struggling. Something is going on with the front of this bike where it's very, very heavy in the front. Like it, let me see something. Oh, no tire pressure monitor. How much air is in the front tire, do you know? When's the last time you put air in it?
I didn't check it. I didn't check it this morning. I mean, I haven't seen that thing come on.
Do you have a tire pressure monitor?
No.
Well, then nothing's gonna come on. But it feels very heavy when you turn it. And when I turn it, it almost falls to the side I'm turning it. And I'll have to muscle it over. Something's going on with the front end of this motorcycle. Clearly, and that's part of your struggle to turn it. You have to work it. Clearly not impossible, But yeah, it's something I would look at too. I also want you to check the tire pressure because sometimes that could be it. Tire's too low, harder to turn. See, he gave up a ton of space at the top, but he's good. This 3.5 guy is good. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Gotta do it twice. Twice. You're supposed to do it twice. Come right back in. So yeah, sometimes if I look at somebody and it looks like they're struggling, I want to get on their bike too, because sometimes, most of the time, it's not the bike, it's the rider. But sometimes it's the bike. And that front of that bike shouldn't feel like that. Like something's going on. Like I said, could be the front tire, but I think it's something else. Keep it loaded. Good job, Rob. Last time, Andy. Too much shifting going on. But those extreme shifts that he's doing with his body.
I didn't put a foot down.
That's right. It throws off the balance of the motorcycle. There you go, do it smooth. He said, I didn't put a foot down. That's right. That's what this is about, as far as I'm concerned. All right, good, good. Correct it, correct it. Good, gonna have to really lean right here. There we go. It works. So like I often say, I like to see it when it's not perfect and watch you work it out. And that's what Andy had to do in that figure 8. Keep it steady, Swag. Keep it steady. Just sweat. Drag that brake. Just drag it. Good, good. Keep it loaded. It's better. It's better. Take a break. Oh, you're out of here. You're out of here. Good. Keep it loaded. Speed up a little. Good. Head and eyes. Head and eyes. Head and eyes. Turn it. Turn it. Transition. Come back in. Come on. Come on. Come on. Good. Keep it loaded. Turn them. Turn them. Lean it. Lean it. Easy on that rear brake. Easy on that rear brake.
Yeah, I think that rear brake keeps me feeling safer.
It is, exactly. Start over, start over. Good, head and eyes. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Head and eyes, come to me. Come to me. Transition. Turn it, turn it, turn it. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. All right. Take a break. Last time, Steve. There we go. Slow down, too much speed, too much speed. There we go. There we go. We don't need all that speed. Whoa, it's wide. See? Oh, too much speed. Too much speed. Do it again. See, even right there, before Steve made that U-turn, he didn't turn his head and his eyes. His head and eyes and handlebars all the time. So we're in the habit of doing it so we don't make that mistake out in the street. There we go, perfect. Nice speed, nice lean. All right, watch the speed, good. Much better, much better. Take a break. Good, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Head and eyes, head and eyes. Easy on that rear brake. Yeah, what's happening is he's holding the rear brake down. You're holding the rear brake down too hard, so the motorcycle's fighting to move. That's why when you opened it before, it went like this. All right, take a break. Last time, Rob. Look at the exit. Look at the exit. Good job. All right, head and eyes. Gave up a lot of space. Oh, look, he's still good. Head and eyes. Come on, come on, come on. Turn it, turn it. Good, good, good. You're good. Head and eyes. Come to me. Come on, come on. Those handlebars, man. Yeah. Those handlebars. Man, but that's awesome, man.
I think I'm going to have to change these.
Oh, you think? I know you are. Good job, man. Take a break. All right, guys, we're going to move on to exercise number 8, offset double serpentine. Bringing it back, baby. Cleared it all out. Let's do it. Offset double serpentine. Beauty of this exercise is, well, really all of these, but all of this stuff, you're going to hear a lot of familiar stuff because it's the same thing. See how my motorcycle is positioned? Okay, we have a gate here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. God damn, I didn't know I had this many. 9 gates. I never counted them. 9 gates. All right. The key to this is it was the same as the key to everything else. Don't give me too much speed. I don't want you going too slow either. Yes, you could do this just straight up. But the goal is to lean the motorcycle. So exercise number 5 is alive and well here. So is what we just did. When you come through this gate, that's why I'm not facing this way. Because I'm going to that gate, but I don't want you to go straight to it. We're going to basically be doing figure 8s again, right? And Traveling Tall, when he went through here, he said it was kind of tight. I didn't see him do it. I'm going to ask him. Come on over here, Tall. I got to ask you a question. I'll wait till you get over here. Now that you're a reformed hooligan, you know, that's a good thing. All right. Good to see you again, man.
I just ate, you know.
Oh, okay. Now, you went through here on Angel, right?
Yes.
How'd Angel feel?
Oh, great. That's a great riding motorcycle right there.
Beautiful, man. I'm definitely happy to have you here, man. If you guys are unfamiliar with Traveling Tall, definitely check out his YouTube channel. It's on Instagram, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
No TikTok or anything else.
When you came through here, did you go straight to the next gate?
No. You have to turn. Yeah.
Yeah, you went straight to it, right? Okay. So that's what I'm telling you guys. And Traveling Tall said, man, that's tight.
Yep.
And it's tighter if you go straight to it. So that's why that figure 8 exercise comes in handy, and that's why we do that first. When you come through this gate, as soon as you get through this gate, transition, right? Just like exercise number 5, single serpentine. Come over here. Hold it. Head and eyes. Look at that gate. I want you to come all the way over here. You're good, Tall. I want you to come all the way over here. Now I want you to turn and go toward it. So now, well, look how much easier this is versus me doing it like this. Because if I do it like this, I got to lean the crap out of this bike to be able to get to this one. And what a lot of people do is they end up all the way over here and still got to go through here. So as soon as you come through, head and eyes, dip to the right, head and eyes here, dip to the left. Now, when you get right here, because again, this is how you should be approaching, not like this. Head and eyes, same rule applies. I'm not going straight for that gate. Look at the gate you came from. Hold it, hold it. Doesn't that sound familiar? That's what I was telling you in the figure eight. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Now this is another timing thing. When am I gonna make my transition? If you make it too late, you're gonna go past the outside line. We don't wanna do that. Hold it, head and eyes, transition, hold it. So again, I'm not coming at an angle, I'm kind of straight. Same thing, head and eyes, look where I came from. Hold that turn. You know what, it's nothing extreme. You don't have to hold it extreme, just a lean. Head and eyes, handlebars. So you're doing figure eights as you go down. Robert, can I do it going straight to it? Of course. More work though. We're not out here to work hard. We're out here to get it done as easy as we can. So I'm gonna demonstrate it for you guys the way I told you. And when I come back, I'm gonna do it the other way, going straight for the cones. I'm guaranteeing you, way more work. Of course, Andy's gonna go straight for it because he's trying to push himself. Robert's at 3.5, so he's definitely gonna go straight for it. 3.2, I'm sorry. Big time. Dip. Head and eyes, dip. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Transition. Head and eyes, hold it, transition. Head and eyes, hold it, transition. Hold it, transition, head and eyes. So I'm doing figure eights. Much easier. So now I can go right for it. So it's possible, but it's more work. So I want you to do it the other way. Nice, wide, swooping turns, and it should all work out. Don't go too fast, don't go too slow. Head and eyes, handlebars. Any questions? All right, Eddie's laughing. You going? Go ahead, clip your thing on there, man, go ahead. You sure? All right. Nice, the doctor is in the house. Up. Work it out, Andy. Yep. And that's what I like to see. I like it to be imperfect and watch them work it out. Come to me. Go through, come to me. Dip it, come to me. Stop. Are you good? So remember what we did in exercise number 5? Right. Your transitions have to be like this. Okay. Just when you made that and I said come to me, you're turning like this. No good, start off. Right. If you start off wrong, it's gonna end up wrong. Over here, good. See how tight he is on that inside cone? He's still good, but everything else is going to be tighter. I want you to see he's turning so early that he may as well be going right for it. And now he's straight up, going too slow. Nice. Didn't put a foot down. But see what he's doing? When I tell you guys to hold it, hold it. He's not holding it long enough, so it's the equivalent of him going straight for it. He's still coming at an angle. All right, Steve. Yeah, but it's fine. Whoa, way too early. And if I have high cones, he's hitting them. It's way too early. The earlier he turns, and everything's tightening up. See, now he's over the outside line. So this is about coordination. He's holding the turn too long or starting too late. All right, Jeff. Jeff, come to me. Come to me. Come on, turn it, turn it. No, no, no. Guys, remember, like the single serpentine, we're working. You can't be doing lazy turns. Show the bike who's the boss. Turn the handlebars. Right now, we're working on Jeff's confidence. Come to me. Head and nod. Give me some more speed. Now you're too early. Hit and go. All right. Turn it, turn it, turn it. Always put the kickstand down first. It's so funny, man. What happened there? It's always the same answer. It's never gonna fall if there's enough power to the rear wheel. And you have a habit of doing this. Stay in the friction zone and just stay there. But I don't want you pulling definitely don't pull a clutch in when this thing is leaning. Does the front feel any different with the more air? Mm-hmm. Okay. Try it again. And Tall, I can tell that this is not something you're accustomed to because every time somebody drops their bike, you are the first responder, man. And I'm walking like this. As long as they're not hurt, what am I running over there for? They'll be all right. We pick it up, we do it again. That's what preloaders do. With V.I.Preloaders. Oh. All right, and show them how it's done. See, wide. Hold it, hold it, hold it. You see what I mean? So it's different. And his motorcycle is closer to the outside cone. Steve was near the inside cone. You don't want to do that. You're cutting yourself short. But again, this is about situational awareness. You need to know where your motorcycle is and what you can do in that space. Good job, Andy. All right, come to me. Turn it. Good. Lean it. Whoa, what happened? That happens all the time. I tell them, come to me, and they say, screw you, Rob, and they keep going that way. Steve. So when you're going around these cones, you're actually closer to the inside cone than the outside. You want to be closer to the outside cone. You're cutting your space shorter than it has to be. All right? Hold this turn long. Don't hold it briefly and then just go because it's almost like you're going right to it. All right? Hold it. Come to me. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Transition. There we go. Hold it, hold it. Transition. There we go. That's what I want to see. Hold it and then transition. Fall into the next turn. Beautiful. You're keeping it loaded. You don't have to worry about it. Just stay consistent. There we go. That's how it should look. That's how it should look. Hold it, transition. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. All right, Rob. All the way over, Rob. Hold it, transition. Much better. Now see, he's tight on the inside cone. He's tight on the inside cone. So everything's tighter that way. Go to the outside of the turn. So that's why he can't lean now. He can't go fast. Everything's tight. I'll let him know when he comes back up. Same thing Steve was doing. Yeah, he's done. Same thing Steve was doing. All right, Jeff, come to me. When you pass this cone, turn those handlebars, lean, come to me. And then when you turn there, turn it back. Too much speed, too much speed. It's gonna take time, man. Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's not like we're in exercise number 1 or 2. This is number 8. So, you ready? Come on, turn it, turn it. Turn it. Head and eyes, over here. Over here. Transition. Good, good, good. No, it still feels heavy, like it's something's going on with this front end. Something's going on with this front end. Yeah, because even when if I turn it and keep it turned, it's going like this. So definitely have this checked out. Something's going on with the front end of this motorcycle. It's at 28, right? Oh no, it's at 35.
No, it should be 42, I think.
Yeah, it's still low, yeah.
He said 44. Tyler says 44, but he said don't put 44
No,
in.
put 42.
Yeah, it's still low, but I'm not sure if that's it. But we got to put some more air in it to see.
Go get my thing to put air in. Well, I got to get it. The truck's locked. So
Really?
I'll be walking all the way. Can I ride your bike?
Yeah, go ahead, man. You too much, man. I'm telling you, man. It's in eyesight.
Hey, it's hot out here, man.
Dude, this pool of Georgia, man, you're safe, man. Your stuff is safe. All right, so he's gonna put some more air in that tire. I'm not exactly sure if that's the issue with that motorcycle. Nice, Andy. Turn it to the right, turn it to the left. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. No. But that's a good start right there. It's a good start, but it's not going to continue because it's still tight, but it's got to hold that turn more. Yeah, Steve. Wow, easy, Steve, easy. You got to split the difference. I want you to really dip it, but I don't want you to fall into it so much that now you're, a little out of control. See, same thing. He's hugging the inside cone. All right, last time, Rob. Very nice, very nice. All right, last time. Make it count. Hold it, slow down, transition. That's 10 push-ups. Last time, Andy. Snowman next. Absolutely. You're a V.I.Preloader, so you can come out anytime, many times you want. Nice. Last time, Steve. So when Steve does his transition, he's actually doing it a little early. And that's why he's right at that inside cone. There you go, that one was good. He was near the outside. There we go. Going a little fast too, so, but he's good. Beautiful. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Bring it over, hold it. Come on, turn, turn, turn. Transition. Watch that foot, that's 10 push-ups. You can take it down there, please, that's where I'm headed. All right, guys, moving on, exercise number 9, the Abominable Snowman. All right, so guys, I want to talk to you about Eddie's motorcycle. So he had 28 pounds of pressure in his front tire. And I got on this bike, I said, something's wrong with this, man. I said, it might be air, 28 pounds. So then they put air in it, they put 35 pounds. And I got back on this bike, I said, it still doesn't feel right. It's still too low. We put 42 pounds in it, damn. And I'm telling you, man, I'm ready to have him go and spend money on getting stuff diagnosed. All he needed was air. So if you're gonna do slow speed maneuvers, you have to have your tires properly inflated. It makes a huge difference in turning your handlebars. And shout out to Traveling Tall, he had like 7 air compressors in his truck and his motorcycle. So Traveling Tall is the one that provided the air to get him right. So awesome, Traveling Tall. All right, slackers. Exercise number 9. Abominable Snowman. Now, it's not abominable for all of us. If you just do the first 3 circles, or the first 2, or just the first 1, it's just a snowman. But if you choose to do the whole thing, that's when it becomes abominable. Something's in here for everyone, for the most part. First circle is 27 feet, 25 feet, 22 feet, 18 feet. And like we always say, there's no pressure here. So you don't just do what you feel comfortable doing. If you don't want to do it at all, like Jeff said, screw this, man, I'm not feeling it. And that's fine, there's no pressure. That's why we don't do this once a year. He can continue to come back. He's a V.I.Preloader, right? All right, what's the key here? Steve, when you were in that exercise, now you were really feeling it now, boy, right? Sometimes your timing would be just a little bit off. So when you went through the gate, you were on the inside cone versus more than the outside. But then you corrected it. Much smoother, man. You take direction I'm not surprised, very well, and then you apply it. Because you're a very analytical type of guy. And then when you get that epiphany moment, boom, you got it. And that's how most of us are. We're all searching for the epiphany, right? Okay, 27 feet. This might seem like an eternity to most, but not to everybody. So this is why I say I want you to do it the same way you always do it. Because as you progress, if you choose to do so, and it gets tighter, now you don't have all this space to be given away. So if you're gonna make a left turn, when you come in here, don't be all the way over here, right? Just like the figure 8, if you face over here, you gotta make it up over there. Bring your wheel right here. Again, this is not gonna be relevant for everybody in this circle. And now, hug these 2 cones. Now, I've been telling you guys for the longest, actually in exercise number 5, I told you don't hug my cones. Now I want you to, I'm not a hypocrite, but it's different, right? Put your rear right here, hug these 2 cones, and when you get up here, now commit to the lean. Now commit to the lean, head and eyes. If all you're gonna do is this circle, go around and go back out. But if you're gonna do the next circle, keep going, keep going, keep going. Hold it, look at that, sounds familiar? Hold it. And that's all you're doing in here is hold it. And when you come over here, now we're gonna make a right turn, same thing. Bring your wheels right here. And then hug these 2 cones. And then commit. Hold it. Head and eyes. If you're gonna go there, look there. If you're not, look here. So on and so forth until you get to the top. That's your entrance and your exit. Everything else is the same. Nothing else is different. Any questions? I'm gonna run through it, and then Andy's gonna run through it. The doctor. Go see the doctor. Two, commit, hold it, use the rear brake if you need it. Wheel placement, hug them, commit, head and eyes, hold it, hold it, hold it. Wheel placement, hug these two, commit, head and eyes, hold it, hold it, hold it. Wheel placement, commit, hold it, hold it. I got a full lock here. We're good. I had to lean in some more. And if we do it right, we got to do it left. Commit. All right? Any questions? Again, go as far as you want to go. Watch your speed. If you're going too fast, it's good. If you're going too fast, you're losing space. All right? Any questions? No, no, no. All right, Andy. Good wheel placement.
Anything?
Very good. And remember, I talked to Steve about leaning with way too early, but he's good. Too early, Steve, too early, too early. Way too early. Preload, preload. RPM too low. Keep it loaded. Keep the speed up. You want to keep your speed constant. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Keep the speed up. Head and eyes. Oh, I didn't know he was going for it. Three and a half don't even, 3.2s don't try that. 3.2s don't even try that, so. I think his sandbag is pretty evident. He's coming up here. Andy's wheel placement is perfect. 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 Perfect wheel placement. He put his wheel right at the 9 o'clock spot or 3 o'clock spot, hugged these two cones perfectly, and then committed. Perfect. And when you do that, when your wheels are placed perfectly, you don't have to lean as much, of course. Still early, commit, lean, 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 lean. There you go, Steve. Now his wheel placement wasn't perfect, but you can make it up with the lean, especially on that bike. It's got more of a lean angle. That's what success looks like, people. Andy with the air horn. Too early, man, too early. Hey, Roscoe. You making that harder than it has to be.
Yeah.
You turn it from right here.
Okay.
Look at all that space you're giving up.
Yeah.
All the way over there. Next time you come in, I'm gonna be standing here.
All right.
Head and nice. Good. Nice and smooth. Good. Nice and smooth, Rob. Keep the speed up. Keep the speed steady. As steady as possible. Good. You're early on that. You're early. Head and eyes. Your wheels right here. Right there. Right there. Too early. Too early. Watch that foot. That's 10 push-ups. Tell you, man, guy's gonna be cock diesel after this practice session. All right, Andy is starting right, which means he's gonna be making a left turn up here. I've been saying 3.5 my ass all this time. It's actually 3.2 my ass. Not one person in the history of Preloader Nation has rated themselves at 3.2 and even been in the vicinity of this damn thing. And you trying it. And you ain't far off either.
The next one, I'm gonna get it, right?
And the only reason he hit that, speed. Going a little too fast. See, sometimes people think they need speed to get through this, and they don't. Are you, you know, I'm gonna tell you something. You know why that happened? You're making these turns way tighter than they have to be. You got all of this room, but you're choosing to make it like you're in here.
Okay. All right.
The tighter it is, it's harder to get out of it. It's harder to ride it.
All right. So lighten up.
Yeah, you don't have to, but just know that's why that happened.
Okay.
All right.
I got it. I want to do it.
You know what? Just back up a little bit and go right in here. You know, nothing changes. So you gotta get it out of his head that something's different. Right here, right here. Turn it, hug him, lean it, lean it, lean it, lean it. You're not lean. Yeah, you were gun shy, you were gun shy. I see his BPM was like 190. I saw it in his face. Slow down, slow down. And still, that's better than before, but still he was nowhere near my foot. Go around again, go around again. Go around again. Easy on that rear brake. Another 10. So I told him to go around again. think he's going right. That's what you're supposed to do. Do it one way, do it the other. He's early right there. You know what happened? No. Your wheel placement was perfect right here, and then you didn't hug these two cones. You started committing right here, so you gave all of that up, and that's why I caught you right there. Other than that, it was perfect. Your wheel placement is perfect all of the time. Well, except for that time. But your initial wheel placement was perfect. You just committed right away. Remember, hug those two cones. But next time, that's the last time. Last time. Well, I'm not going to stop you if you do it again. The camera might be off, but. Nice and smooth. Don't jab at the brake, just drag it. Very early, very early. Keep the speed up. Don't jab at the brake, just drag it. All the way over, all the way over. Too early, too early. Too early. You can't give up space in this circle. You got to use it all. You can give up a little bit and compensate with lean, but he gave up a lot. Now see Steve's speed here? This is what I tell people. Just keep the speed up and constant. Everything is smoother when you keep it the same. When you're when you're changing stuff, jabbing at the brake, in and out with the clutch, everything is herky-jerky. All the way over, all the way over. Early, early. Lean it. 10 push-ups. And the only reason he's got to lean so much is because he's starting early. So that's a wheel placement issue. And on his bike, the wheel placement it's easier. He's high up. You can kind of see better. Good. Now Roscoe, he went around one time. I said, keep going. Didn't go around the second time. Good. Hold it. Good. Good. Hold it. Go again. Go again. Keep it turned. Keep it turned. Lean it. Lean it. And go out. Really? Yeah, man. All right, guys, Andy's coming back up here. And as soon as he's done, we're going to head to the maze. And I'm going to have actually some people in the maze today. My prediction, Andy, Rob, the 3.2, and Steve. Hug him. Commit. Commit. There we go. But even there, you see how he had to swoop down? The rules don't change from the U-turn. Commit to the lean, well, not right away, but when you're going to commit here, commit right away. And if you commit right away here, this will be smooth. He committed late, and that's why he had to fall into it. All right, guys, bonus exercise, maze. All right, guys, welcome to the bonus exercise. Actually, now one of two bonus exercises. This is the maze. Again, there's no pressure. I will say this to you. If you have not done an 18-foot U-turn today, that's all this is. So just keep that in mind. We want to be realistic too, but I'm not discouraging you from trying anything. 18-foot U-turns, if you start over here, it's 2 lefts and 1 right. If you start on this side, 2 rights and 1 left. There's a keyhole in here as well. If you want to do the keyhole, do the keyhole. If you don't, ride right past it. Don't even worry about it. All right? Everything that we've done leads up to this. Nothing changes. Make sure you turn your head and your eyes. Use all of the space that's provided. Now, Rob, what you were doing in the Snowman initially is every time you would go through your turns, you would just drag your rear brake through these movements. Don't jab at it because all you're doing is causing this. Plus, you're slowing yourself down so much you can't lean. All right? All right. Ah. Come all the way over here. Head nice. All the way over to the right. And go deep if you're gonna go in that keyhole. Straight up. Same like the top of the Snowman. Commit. Straighten up. Go back the other way. Keep it straight up. Commit. All the way over. All right, let's do it. Okay, good, sounds good.
22nd, 23rd, yeah. And I will
22nd, 23rd of what month?
April.
I gotta check that. See if I'm gonna be here.
Not here. Florida.
Oh, Florida, yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay, I got you.
Yeah, yeah.
Put some stuff on you? No? Oh yeah, she left. Steve, this is nothing for you, man. It's in your head. This is nothing.
I think I'm done today, so
Oh, okay.
I'm going to end on down over there.
Okay.
So, a good,
What are you saving up for the competition?
yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, you got to go over more. Yeah. Good. All the way over. All the way over. All the way over. Still too early. Too early over here. That's the only thing you're doing wrong. You turn it from here. You should be here, not here.
Okay.
Good. Get the head and eyes up. See, and he's still jabbing at the brake. Jabbing, jabbing, jabbing. Nice. Work it out, brother. Nice. It don't have to be pretty. He's working it out. I thought you were done. Head and eyes. Good. Look over here. That's 10 push-ups. There you go. All the way over, all the way over. Nice turn, nice turn. Now look how nice he makes that turn. How come he didn't do that over here? No rhyme or reason. Wow, didn't touch a cone. That's 10 push-ups. And the reason you're making that turn so tight, the reason you're making that second turn so hard is because you're still not coming all the way over here. You're this far off the line. Come all the way over here. When you make that turn, hold that turn. Don't give up space, because then when you come here, you don't want to just be getting here right here. You want to get here like about right here. That way you have more time to set yourself.
I got you. Another thing I'm feeling when I'm making that right-hand turn, I almost feel like I have to change my whole position on the throttle, just because it's so into.
Yeah. These bars, that's a big difference.
Yeah.
Man, you get some higher bars, you're gonna be a force to be reckoned with on this motorcycle.
Right.
3.2. Go ahead, go in there. It's another 10 push-ups.
I got 40 push-ups.
Remember, you don't have to lean that. You really don't have to lean a lot. You just have to lean and keep consistently lean. If you use the space properly, you don't have to. And you have more lean angle than the rest of us, but you don't need that much. You really don't. Traveling Tall hasn't left yet. He's talking to the remote control. There you go. There you go. There you go. All the way over. All the way over. Woo! He's talking to the people that drag race the remote control cars out here. See, you got to work on the head nods. Head nods, Rob. You're staring at that cone the whole time. You don't look up once. The whole time you're looking down. Head nods. Huh? Say it again. You're not, you're forgetting the wheel placement you had up there. It's the same thing. Put your wheels all the way to the 3 o'clock, hug the top, and then commit. Good, good. All right, good, commit, commit. So he's not committing right away either. That would tighten it up. Good, no, now you're early, and you're straight up. If he can. Locked up the rear wheel. And he's coming in here, leaning into this turn, when he should be straight up. No, and also, right there at your speed. When you come in here, you should be coming in here straight up. You came in here leaning, right? So now you got all the speed behind you. You had to lock up the rear wheel when you got in here. So you need to come in here slower, put the wheel right here, and hug these cones. And then commit. Or come in slower. This is straight up. This is no place to be leaning to come in here. So Andy hasn't had this bike in a while. And he got it back, and there's different characteristics now. Handlebars are higher. Seats higher. Good. Lean it, lean it, lean it. Good. All right. Lean, lean, lean. See all that stuff he's doing? He's doing this with his hands and stuff. That's the result. You're going to get herky-jerky movements. Whereas if you just keep it steady, everything else will be steady. One more time. All right, brother.
All right.
Good to meet you.
I'll probably see you in Florida.
Okay.
At the end of April, and I'll definitely do some practicing, and I'll come back here again.
But make sure you register it so I know you have the spot. I got to send me an email so I can send you all the information.
Okay. I've got a bunch of the information. You sent me an email once already, but
Oh, I did?
22nd and 23rd. Yep.
Okay, good. Good.
I
So,
just need to call and make sure I get a hotel.
it's on the notification. Send me an email. I'll send you another notification.
That's not what you mean by preloaded.
Yes and no. Andy is being hard on himself. Right here, straight up. There we go. Hug those two. Lean it, lean it, lean it. You're leaning late. You're leaning late. When you get to the top, when it's time to lean, you're leaning late. See, that's the good thing about that camera. You'll be able to see it all. When you go to lean, and when you lean, you're leaning slow and you're losing that space. All right, get it next time, man. All right, guys, we're gonna move on to the bonus plus exercise, to lean or not to lean. That is the question. All right, exercise, well, not number. This is the bonus plus exercise, and its title is to lean or not to lean. That is the question, right? 9 feet. Now, there was a few times when you guys were doing certain things, Andy in particular, going into that keyhole. One time he tried to do it leaning. That didn't work out. And I told him, you should be going in there straight up. So you have to know when it's appropriate to lean your motorcycle, when it's not, when you have to almost be in between. So in this exercise, the goal is to see who can clear the most amount of cones, staying within the white lines, and without putting a foot down, and of course without hitting a cone. So what I'm going to say is, if you do this straight up, don't hug the cone, but don't be too far away from it either. You know, it all depends. You got to be further away. You don't want to start turning when you're way past this cone, because I'm telling you right now, if you do that, it's going to get you, right? So you got to almost be perfect, but not too perfect. I didn't want to make it crazy. Like Andy said, when I first did this, it was 9 feet. 9 feet, 10 feet people struggle with. So I told myself I was going to make it tighter than this, but this is not about me. It's about all of us, right? So when you make this turn, clear that cone, great. Clear this cone, great. If you see that you are this close and the only way you're going to make that turn is to lean, exercise number 3, let it fall just so you can clear it, because then we can count it. If you hit it, it doesn't count. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, right? Again, it's not a competition. Competition between you and Steve. All right. All right, so let me run through this. I've only done it once. Head and eye, straight ahead. So I did that as an example of, that's what I mean when I say, if you don't think you're going to make that last one straight up, what's one of the things that's going to help us lean or turn, close the radius of our turn? Lean it. So as I'm going through there, one time I went a little too fast, and I was like, uh-oh. So rear brake, I almost came to a stop so that I could turn the handlebars. Like, you can't turn lazy. You got to almost do full lock turns in here to make this happen successfully all the way through. Any questions? All right, hold on, Andy. Let me set my camera up for you, for all yous, because I do this handheld. I got to freestyle this one.
Hey, did you have the wheels front and back already done on this bike at the same time?
The what?
The suspension.
Yeah, they were done at the same time. Wilbur's suspension.
I didn't know if you, like, was it a big difference between?
Oh, huge difference. All of my bikes. All right, let's go, Andy. What are you doing? Posing for a picture again, man? He's debonair. He's debonair. Very good. All right, it's getting tight. Oh, he's gonna hit that cone. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cones for Andy. All right, now we got Steve here. It's just a matter of time before Andy gets that. That's it. 1 cone. Look at his face. It's only the first time, man. Oh, yeah. So he came in leaning. Big mistake. 1 cone. But you have to try it. That's why it's called to lean or not to lean. So once he tries that and sees, well, that's not going to work. Now, you're going too fast. You're out. You hit the first cone. So 0. All right, here comes Eddie, the guy that said bye-bye, see you later. All right, that's 0. Andy. And if he didn't leave because he wanted to do this, he might want to stick around for follow the leader. I don't know, we'll see. Cleared 1. Up, you're out. one cone. He hit the second, so he got one, but he's still leading with 4. Not a competition, guys. Tell these guys that. There we go, turn those handlebars all the way. Out, you're out. That's one cone, one cone. Oh, doing the lean again. Oh, he's done. Okay, so that's 3. He's still doing it the lean way. The lean way will get you 3, maybe 4, but it ain't gonna get them all. Look at you working it out. So let me tell you something, Eddie. Watching you work that out, and if I rewind it and think about you doing this starts and stops, night and day, man. You would, that's why we don't do this first, but you would have never been able to do that, turning the handlebars. Just awesome, man. That's progress, man. Nice and easy. You're out, first cone. Keeps hitting the first cone. Too close to it. Steady wins the race. Uh-oh. I think he's gonna hit that cone. Ooh, just missed it. Uh-oh. All right. Rob is still trying to use the lean approach. That's it. You're out. That's it. 4 cones. So 4 cones is the number to beat. Andy's the champ here and in the slow race. Oh, Steve. All right, guys. It's follow the leader time. Let's go over the rules and regulations. All right, guys, we're going to be moving on to follow the leader. But before we do, Rob, I'm very interested to know, I like that you tried the lean approach because that's why it's called to lean or not to lean. So he tried it, and I thought you were going to say, that ain't working, so let me try to do it straight up. But you kept trying it leaning. Why didn't you switch to this straight up?
I wasn't having a lot of luck with the transitions straight up, so I figured I'd...
You never tried it.
Not here. I did there.
Oh, that's totally different, man. That's totally different. But anyway, yeah, so the good thing about that is it's testing almost everything that you've done straight up, slow speed, turning the handlebars, trusting and believing, all of that stuff. That's what that's doing. And you can't make bullcrap turns. You got to turn the handlebars, but do it in a way where it's not making the bike crazy. But how you deal with that is when you turn the handlebars, if you feel that, a little bit of friction zone. That's all you need. It's just going to give you a little bit of correction. All right? It's an interesting exercise. So I'm telling you, man, we're running out of belts to give you to wear, man. Champ, you guys got to get a doctor's coat. All right, he doesn't need to know the rules to follow the leader, but you guys do because you've never been here before. It's very simple. I'm the leader, follow me. Do what I do the way I do it. And what I mean by that is if I make a turn, if I stop, if I make a stop and then make a turn and you just make the turn, you're out. If you're out, pull your motorcycle right here in the middle. We're going to do 1 circle around you. We're going to blow our horn saying bye-bye and stay there. Don't worry, you're not going to be alone for long. If you put a foot down, you owe me 10 push-ups and you're out. If you hit a cone, you're out. Same thing. Pull to the middle, we'll do 1 circle around you. If you ride on the grass, you're out, unless I ride on the grass, which I have no plans on doing. All right? Any questions? I'm going to get my 360 camera. I'll wear it around my waist, and it's on a long pole. We work on the honor system here. But in case I miss something, when I'm editing this video, if I see you should have been out and you didn't do it, I'm going to blow you up. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. All right. There's a lot on the line here. Not literally, but literally. All right, guys. The slow race. Everything that we did today, it comes down to this. Just think about what you were doing when we did the slow ride, right? But this is a little bit extreme now. You add a layer of competition or something, and then people start getting crazy. Remember to keep your head and your eyes straight ahead. Don't worry about what the guy's doing next to you. That happens all the time. So people look, more so down here when they get near the end, right? Don't do that. If you put your foot down, you're out. Just stop and stay where you are. My hand's gonna be up in the air at the start. I'm gonna say on your mark, get set, and my hand's gonna come down on go. If your foot is still on the ground, when my hand comes down and I say go, stay there, you're out, all right? If you hit the lines that are on the sides of you, you're out. Just stop right there, it's over for you. Whoever's rear wheel passes the finish line first. I got a photo finish camera set up just in case we have one, all right? The loser is the winner, that's what that means, last one. V.I.Preloaders, start your engines. On your mark, get set, go. Out, Rob is out. Oh, and look who it is. Andy and Steve. Up, Steve's out. Do it again, go. Oh man, photo finish. Oh, Andy is still a champion. Woo! Andy's still a champion. All right, let's do exit interviews and let's get out of here. All right, my brother, did you enjoy yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
A 1.
Any change in that number?
Maybe a 1.5.
That's what's up, brother. Pleasure to meet you, man.
Same to you.
All right. All right, before I say anything, Eddie said that he just bought this shirt. It's a beautiful shirt. He said they don't make them for tall people. And I let him know the new ones are actually made for tall people because he's right. You enjoy yourself?
Great day.
Good. You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
3.
Any change in that number?
Lower.
Okay, what?
You know, I should have said I was a 1, and I'm probably a 1.5 now.
And that's fine. Again, it's humbling and you don't know what you don't know. Pleasure to meet you, brother.
Enjoyed it.
All
Thank
right,
you.
man. You enjoy yourself?
Had a blast.
Good, good. You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
I think it was about a 3.2.
All right, I'm gonna walk off the camera.
No profanities.
No, any change in that number?
There's probably a change. It might be negative, but there's definitely a change. I learned a whole lot about what I didn't know, which is good.
So what number are you saying you're lower than the 3.2?
Probably lower than what I thought I was.
You thought you were at 3.2, right?
I think that's right. So maybe I'm 3.1, 3.0.
Give me my damn mic, man. This is ridiculous. It's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Enjoyed it.
3.1. So we got a third champion out here. Nobody has sandbagged that hard. Nobody. Steve, come on, Steve. I mean, I'm serious. Nobody has sandbagged that hard. He went down. What? 3.1. Oh, I can't wait for the comment section. All right, man. You enjoy yourself?
Absolutely. Yes.
What did you rate yourself when you first came out?
A 6.
Any change in that number?
Because I completed that Abominable Snowman and the 18-foot U-turn, I'm going to give myself a 7.
That's what I'm talking about. Always a pleasure, Steve.
Likewise. See
Always
you
a
next
pleasure.
time.
Yes, sir. All right, so you are now the Preloader Nation slow race champ and the to lean or not to lean champ. 4 cones cleared. How do you feel about that?
I'll do better next time.
There we go. There we go. In true championship fashion. Humble. Yeah, did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Always do. Always a pleasure to have you here, Andy. What'd you rate yourself? It's between 7 and 8. Any change in that?
7 and 8.
Okay. All right, Doc.
Thanks.
All right, guys, and that's going to do it. Practice session number 65 in the books. And just a great day. You know, a little warm because we have a lot of sun, but not really hot. I think it's only 76 degrees, so, but it feels hotter. But man, we had a ball. We did a lot out here. We invested a lot of time and a lot of energy, but it's all worth it. Everybody's leaving here with, again, if not better technique, a better understanding of what they need to do. And like I always say, guys, this is not hollow ground. You know, we don't come out here to have miracles happen. That's not to say they can't happen, but we come out here to find out what we need work on, and then we work on it. And if I'm having a practice session, you're a V.I.Preloader, you come on out here and you practice with me. And if I'm not having a practice session, but you're riding your motorcycle, what do I always say? If you have time to ride your motorcycle, please make time to practice on it. And this is a prime example of what I'm talking about, all right? All right, I'm not gonna beat you guys to death on all of that stuff because you guys know the deal. You guys know why we do what we do out here. I appreciate all of you guys. I appreciate these V.I.Preloaders for coming out here. I appreciate them for helping me out by picking up these cones. And I look forward to seeing some of them again. I like the fact that 1, 2, 3 of them have never been, 4 of them have never been here before. And they say they'll be back. We'll see. I hold them to it. All right, guys. Listen, if you're not subscribed to this channel and you get something out of this channel, please subscribe. It definitely helps me out. Hit the like button, share these videos with people that you know and care about, or even someone that you have no clue who they are, but you see they need help. And hit that notification bell, guys, so that you can be notified every time I put out a new video. All right, guys, spend more time being thankful for the things that you have and less time complaining about the things that you don't. See, time doesn't equal practice time, guys, please. I know I said it already, but I can't say it enough. If you have time to ride your motorcycle, please make time to practice on it. Until next time.